Good chat. Hey Seth, yes, Ravi Eden, hey Plebiscite, hey Rijali, hey Hint, Dirk, hello, hey Waldrop, Elias Witchcraft, hello, hey Sainted Charmer, hey Crescent Method, hey Quiet White Dude, hey Ghost Valve, hey Albion, hey I am Irk, hey GG Unbreakable, hey Old Man Biff, hey Skinny Twig. Bosses are deadlier. Hey Stormful, Crotist. Use Peacecraft, hello, hey Elmore, hey Hadrol. It's a 39 months Shuriken. No way this attacks me again. Ah, I'd like to see it even try. Ooh, Ambrosia. I'm okay with a Consecrate. I am exciting? No. Should I have taken Deceive Reality? Probably. Probably. Keep thinking this tree is Zephyr. It looks slightly like Zephyr out of the corner of my eye. Alinho. Alinho? Hello. Son of Island. Hey, Losty. Hey, congrats. Cornflake. Empty Play-Doh. Hello. Hey, it's Stan. Potion? Oh, it's not dead. Hey, Poopa. By taking more fun risks on low ascension. I don't know, what's fun about them? I could take Indignation. I don't always play optimally, but I don't actually think it's very enjoyable to deliberately play bad. So insofar as I don't play well all the time, it isn't because I was deliberately not playing well because I thought it was fun. The idea is not relatable to me. Pretty good like of a fight. I'll have them all. All of them works for me. It might be slightly too early to take Mental Fortress. Hey, Please welcome Hisakuwa. Also, generally, if I like don't care about winning, such that I'm interested in playing badly, it doesn't really matter what my chance to win is. So it doesn't really matter what difficulty I'm playing on. Definitionally, right? I'll take an empty fist. I don't know if it's right. I do feel that Toy Ornithopter would be better if I had gotten more than one potion so far this act. Sorry to hear that, Vescor. That I can do something. It may. Oh, nice. Is this Speed Guardian? At Ascension 20, I would feel like it just barely did. At Ascension 4, probably less close, right? Probably less close to the Syphilia. I'm thinking Nirvana. Escort, thanks for the $15 donation to support Free2Luv. I don't know what that means, Astrab. Ascension 4's bosses are deadlier? Fuck. Hopefully I'll still be okay. I took a fasting and everything. It's Ogre for me when the Guardian gets it dialed in. Hopefully that just won't happen. Sounds pretty bad. I don't think I want it to be Ogre for me. Unless I do. I don't know. I don't honestly know what that means. Rico Kaspar. Will I be eating dog food this charity fundraiser? Great question, May. Hadn't planned to. The plant really looks like my cat. Smurf! Thanks for the $50 donation. to support Free2Luv. Pretty sure that deck would have won at Ascension too. Dripper should be okay with 3 potions and a Toy Ornithopter. With Smiling Mask, shops are pretty good. Friend for T-Sat. True. Nice muggers fight. Ooh. Probably after I took establishment, I meant to take meditate pretty highly. Makes sense to me anyway. I wonder if it's possible to lose after taking Eternal Feather here. I don't have to take Eternal Feather. It's kind of a weird relic. It does make it pretty hard for me to lose. Asif! Holy moly. Thanks for the $420.69 donation to support Free2Luv. I appreciate it. You could find a way to go lose for sure. Believable. Me too, to be honest. Me too. I don't think I meant to spend 250 gold on that. It's way too much. Seth, thanks for the $5 donation to support Free2Luv. I don't know, it does feel like I'm kind of taking a billion damage every single floor with this deck. Well, I'm gonna fight. Donated marijuana number for charity. 42069. I thought it was a famous prime number. Is the reason people like that number marijuana? Thought it was just a famous prime number. That's awkward. Is it divisible by 3? Don't think so. How are prime numbers defined to exclude decimals? It's been a while since I complained about that math test I took when I was 12, where I answered 0 for a question and it worked, but then I got told I was wrong because 0 isn't a number. But I guess I could bring it up again. The Albion, thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. try taking a protect. Why not? Might be good. These are decent relics. In a while since we discussed large and small infinites. True. Shall we get into that? Maybe time to get into that together. I really want to upgrade establishment, which does not make my turn 1 better. Oh well. Zero is your favorite number because it made passing advanced electricity and magnetism questions easy to guess. I think Gremlin Leader is like 17 for 17 on attacking turn 2 against this profile. This lower ascension level affect which card choices I make or only pathing choices. It affects everything. Changes the difficulty of the game. It changes the puzzles that I am solving, so that the solutions to the puzzles change. Don't think I ever want Cursed Key. Why would that matter? Oh, for Sapphire Key, sure. They want me to say I will dig now and pick Claw and stuff like that. Estrab, the Chat Whisperer. Claw is the weirdest one of those to me, I think, because Claw is just like a completely fine card. It's just like a somewhat unexciting defect damage common, which sometimes fits nicely into your deck. That's a light. Thanks for the $200 donation to support Free2Luv. Massively appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. It does make number go bigger. That is true. Good Monkey, thanks to 37 months. Guess that's fine. Weird how close I am to killing it, and yet how far away I am from killing it. You're telling me my teachers are lying to me, Onion Knight? You know, thinking about the world for a second, it does seem kind of unlikely that high school teachers would get the way a different culture works correct. May. Gotta take Rush down over while up there. I need card draw with Establishment Meditate. Will this be the first time Gremlin Leader doesn't attack me turn 2? Yes! We did it. We have survived Gremlin Leader's reign of terror. Was that no Slavers fight? I don't think there was a Slavers fight. You go today. Wherever you go. A light is witchcraft. Thanks for $5 donation to support Free2Luv. Is that true? I didn't know that. You wrote an essay. I was hoping you would have written the essay in Twitch chat, but it doesn't seem to be there. You seem to just be talking about a different essay you wrote. Feel kind of let down. Okay, I actually have to put this somewhere else because it looks like Zephyr is lurking. It makes me really uncomfortable. You did, but you hit the down button and the comment disappeared. Oh, okay. Fair enough. How bad can this be? Pretty bad. If only the tree could yowl, it would be significantly less off-putting if it were yowling. When Zephyr sits near me and doesn't yowl, that's when you really know that he's up to something. Locks for 20? Wow. Wow. Is this from the Silver Linings playbook? Is that what my silver lining refers to? What is the Silver Linings playbook? It's on Netflix right now. I thought about watching it last night. But I was like, I think I meant to not like that, but I'm not sure. Generally, if like I've heard of a movie, maybe it's good. I don't know. Is it good? Is it good? The film is actually referencing the song. Ah, of course. That does make more sense. Relating to the spread of Islam, in school in the West, we are taught that the spread of Islam is primarily rooted in waging war throughout the world. Are we? Holy shit. Well, this does certainly happen for the spread of Islam. We have a litany of evidence that Islam did not have forceful conscription the way religions like Christianity did. And we also have a good body of evidence that people lower class are the ones who tended to be Muslim converts, which implies a level of autonomy. I don't know. I read a book about the Crusades and I was like, whoa, that was fucking wild. And then I read another book about the Crusades. That was my formative learning experience in terms of learning about Islam. Carados, I just didn't need to know that. Carados, you can assume that it's kind of a given that on any project with hundreds of people working on it, one of them's a bad person. Let's take 2 card removes. I asked what your thoughts on the character of the director of the Silver Linings playbook were. I don't think I asked that. I am confident that I didn't ask that. I asked you whether it was a good movie. Alright. Let's start on the right side. Get this small bank opened up. You've forgotten all of the history you once knew. Well done, May. I am assuming, without doing the math, that this is lethal. Yeah, by about 50 or so. Alright. This is not an unplayable I am rich. I think I'd rather just remove 2 more cards, though. So... my recollection of history in high school was my teacher seated us based on how well we did on a fill out a map of all the US states thing on day 1 of class. And as a person from a different country, I didn't do very well on that. So I sat in the front of the class until it became clear that I was not a problem student and somebody else was a problem student, and then I sat in the very back of the class instead. Next to a kid who told me about a different sort of drug or mushroom he had tried every week. And a lot of the time it was just like mushrooms that he found growing just like on the ground, which was pretty hype. I'm gonna take another protect now that I have 2 rushdowns. I don't really remember anything else from US history. Don't eat mushrooms you find on the ground. Yeah, I'm not recommending you do. He told me he had some sort of heart problem, and so he was going to die anyway. So it was like him claiming his life or something. I don't know. I don't know if that was real. I don't know how he's doing. Maybe I should look him up. He's okay. Anyway, didn't actually take in much from the class, I guess. I remember his name. I do. One of the things I remember about the class was I think we learned about the US Civil War worse than I already had as an 11-year-old in New Zealand, which blew my mind. Because that isn't even like our war. Stuff looks generally whatever adjacent. Could take a perseverance. I could take a toxic egg and a perseverance, actually. How many more cards do I really want? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll also have things for the 100 bits. $100. $100. It's more than 100 bits. It's $100 to support Free2Luv. Learn about the US Civil War in New Zealand. Yeah. It's a relevant and major conflict to the world today. Imagine if Americans knew about what had happened in the US Civil War. I think I'm just saying bits a lot, Astrab, probably because of what the sound of the notification is. I don't think Talk to the Hand's very good here. Yeah, I think it's kind of garbage. You got to go out to a war reenactment field trip? It's kind of wild. I've changed my mind. I think I do need it in the heart fight. This character How do you not just take 100 damage every turn as this character? Like, genuinely. Was my decision to build a deck with 3 block cards in it and no turn 1 damage a flawed decision? No, I think it's the children who are wrong. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Good potion. Hey, Absent boy. Cannot get over the fact that this song exists. Third Eye Plus? Sure. Can't remember anything between 1776 and the 1960s. Well, free kill. You probably weren't alive. Okay, okay, okay. It's alright. It's alright. The target knew the entire time. It's okay. We don't have to cancel Tay-Tay anymore. We could maybe still think about canceling Tay-Tay though. Why am I doing the thing I'm doing? Well, I want to. It is a billionaire now? Oh no. It's over for her. And not just on Twitch. I mean, let's find out what this is like. Really anything could happen. I don't get a rest, so taking a pillow is kind of bad. Blind? Another potion. Medkit. Blind? Seems fine. Good turn. This was 22? Not be enough. Okay. How's it going, everyone? Good morning. I like sort of slept okay. I feel very grumpy today. Up with a headache. I woke up and went back to sleep for another hour. That's how I woke up. I'm gonna keep on taking copies of Protect. Can we lose fasting now? I don't know that I want to. But I think losing Eruption's a little iffy. I guess I'm gonna lose fasting. I do think fasting is a good card here. Yikes. Indignation? Not with double rush down. Okay. Try fasting. Casino. How are you? I didn't get attacked for 30 on turn 1. Got back from a family dinner. How was family dinner? That good? Is this good? I don't know. It was questionable. That needs more protects. Pretty good, but it would be better if they were different cards. If only they were all different cards. Hey, I think Tantrum's incredibly good here. They do that in like the array game. After you get the what's it who's alls, you have to reset, and then you have to get 1B. You get lots of A's, and then you have to get 1B. And then you reset again, and you have to get 1C. I should play the array game more. What a great game. Tantrum wins. The only idle game you've gotten to the end of. Wow. I did not get to the end of it. I could take pressure points. I think I have other sorts of damage already. I think it's fine. Alright. Recall. I don't understand how Watcher is meant to survive turn 1. This is a thing that I have realized about Watcher and to me. This one, and actually no, this one, this one. Have I tried Antimatter Dimension Scan? Absolutely not. I don't actually play very many idle games. Unless you count Slay the Spire. Dab, 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 heyo. Guess I don't play Tantrum. Okay with taking 8 damage or whatever. Not convinced the Spire is real. Is that one of those mass hallucinations? God, I used to love the TV shows that were like, everybody saw an alien at the same time or whatever. You know those TV shows? And then Jesus usually shows up. What's Jesus doing there? They were just making it all up, right? Are there actually mass hallucinations that are, like, noteworthy in the history of humanity? Ah, yes, Doctor Who. Yeah, that sounds right. Aren't aliens pretty much guaranteed to be real at this point? No? I don't think so. Have I read about the Dancing Plague of 1518? I have not. I mean, I think I have, but I don't remember that shit. I can't believe that you can just, like, pick up a mushroom from the ground and then it, like, makes you high. My tea is cold. What the fuck? Hey, why do I need such a long name? Am I advancing if I die to the heart? I don't know. Why would I die to the heart? Music is fucking wild. They just say the wildest things in music. $28. 33, 43. That one's plenty. Alright. Vajra, colorless potion. A crescendo. Plus. How did I feel about this run? Felt relatively good about it all. If anything, I felt like I should have more prepared. Oh. Lot better than this Necro Silent run last night. That was awful. Let's never do that again. Alright, I have assembled my combo for next turn. I will become ungovernable, unbeatable, undamageable. That's the one. Y'all, it's just called Twitter. That's its name. Am I meant to not take Act 3 hallway fights? There's no way. Maybe I'm not meant to take Act 3 hallway fights. How? Zit is a better word than tweet. You can be right. That doesn't mean that we should say it. The thing is, it hasn't name changed. If you go to twitter.com, you reach that website. So you can say whatever you want about whether the name's fitting or whatever. It isn't real. It's still called Twitter. That's the website that you go to reach it. If you're actually navigating to x.com, like, I don't know. I can't help you. Treskies, thanks for the 17 months. I guess I should have played Third Eye. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, this was fine. This was okay. I actually do think that this deck needed more block cards, weirdly. I think that was the main problem with it through the middle of the run. It showed up as x.com on people's bank statements. Yeah, that's like the payment processor. That's not like the real thing. Like when I was a poker player, I got paid by some gardening company. That didn't mean that... It didn't mean that Poker Stars was now Anthony's Garden Supplies, sending you exactly $3,000 once a month. Yeah, gardening company in Panama. Oh boy. Ugh. Let's make 2024 a kind year. That'd be nice. Your board game table is built by a poker table company. Hmm. Also, why are you paying for Twitter? That is such a great question. There's no possible way that paying for Twitter makes it a better experience. I got one of those gaming tables where you can pull the top off and underneath there's a gaming surface. But I never pulled the top off. So it's just like a regular table with a secret compartment. I think for a while I was storing stuff in there. Oh, yeah. That's like the one really nice use case is if I'm working on taxes or something like that, like a project that I know will take a while and will want to have surface space dedicated to it, I can do it on the gaming surface, and then I can just put the table top back on top. Zanio, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. It's where you store the nice plates. I don't trust it not to be smelly. I don't know if it is smelly, but it's like... I just don't trust it not to be. Ghostval, thanks for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Almost a year. It's true. Why is MTG bot here? Just never got rid of it. Holy shit, we're at $4,429.69 raised for Free2Luv. That's awesome. This week, I am leveling this account from, I think I actually started at Ascension 3, not Ascension 0. But it's a new account as of like early December. Anyway, from there to as close to Ascension 20 as I can get. I won 8 runs yesterday. I think that doing 8 per day is optimistic. I think 6 per day might be doable. 36 more. That's another 9 Ascensions. That get us to around Ascension 14, 15. Is that true? Or 13, 14? I can't do math. Anyway. That's what I'm up to this week, and we're raising money for Free2Luv, which is a charity which funds arts programs for youth. May summarized it very well. What did May write? A charity that supports youth, bullying prevention, LGBTQ, mental health, anxiety, and suicide prevention through arts. That sounds pretty cool, right? They're headquartered in Seattle, which is where I live, but they serve many other states and even many other countries. It goes like 37 other states and 30 other countries. Plus or minus 5 for both of those numbers. It's like ballpark. 20,000 kids served last year, I think. They've got good reach. They're a legit charity. And they are teaching kids to love themselves and others. And accept themselves and others. Through creativity, which I think is a really important language for children to be taught to speak. I mean, children already speak creativity. MTG Pot, why are you telling me what Core Skyfisher does? Anyway, I appreciate all of the support for the charity so far. You all are awesome. Every $5,000 raised, I'm going to turn on chat draft choices, chat card choices for a run. So we're getting kind of close to that. That's exciting. Did I say thanks for the sub-iron in a box? I don't remember. Can you ban MTG bot? I don't know. If you want, I guess. I'm not super invested either way. It has some functionality I kind of like. It has a lot of other functionality I don't like at all. Hey, Sir Lancelot. Hey, Monster X Beat. Oh yeah, and the other thing I was going to say. I have to stretch my legs. I've been talking all through the creds. But the other thing I was going to say is I have reached out to a bunch of different friends and content creators and people I know to ask if they want to come on the channel and talk about positive experiences in gaming and online communities that they've had in the last year with me. As the week goes on, I have lots of maybes because it's an unpaid holiday event, but probably like somewhere between 10 and 20 people will be on. We chatted with Jarvis yesterday, which was lovely. He's an old Magic friend of mine. Today, Casey is going to be here in 42 minutes. Casey is known because he's in the credits that we watch every time. I think he's pretty far down. Oh no, he's there. Yep. So, that Casey. And that'll be really fun. Casey's a cool dude. DC and I both live in Seattle and have hung out before, so it'll be nice to chat with him. Oopa, thanks for the $5 donation. And then later this evening, Mayhem Mermaid is coming on. She is a content creator who, oh shit. She's a content creator who read my book and posted a really nice review of how to be a content creator without burning out and pay attention to your mental health and stuff on YouTube. So I reached out to her and I was like, hey, we could chat if you wanted. So we're gonna do that. I need to stretch my legs though, because I haven't. Yeah, so let me do that, grab a little snack, and I will be right back. You'll last after boss battles? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh. My hand soap is different from before. So like a long time ago, I ran out of hand soap. Not that long. And so I opened the bottle that I dispensed hand soap from and filled it with a different type of hand soap. But there was still the original hand soap in the bottom of it. And we just crossed over into me actually using the new hand soap. It was kind of disorienting. I was so used to the old hand soap. It comes out with a different viscosity. Loveless, thanks to the $50 donation. Udalar, thanks to the 20-month sub. Thank you very much for supporting Free2Luv Lobelisk. Thank you, Udalar. Alright, heal us after boss battles. Let's do it. Sometimes you can get really pretty colors putting one hand soap in with another. Believable. If any of you have questions for Casey, positive questions, you should think about those. Because I am like playing a run of Slay the Spire at the same time. Positive questions that aren't when Slay the Spire 2. When Slay the Spire 2 isn't a positive question. So. I really feel that sentiment is aligning against MTGbot in the channel. I, for one, would say that MTGbot has done nothing wrong. T-clap or cleave. Or dual wield. You blocked MTGbot very quickly. Understandable. Understandable. You're sitting under the weighted blanket. Your girlfriend's place. At your girlfriend's place? Or is your girlfriend's place just a weighted blanket? That'd be sweet. I can take this arm in a Hexago stacked, I guess. I think I should hit one, yeah? I can actually kill one anyway next turn, and can't kill both. So I guess it's better not to hit one. Because they don't have their big shields yet. They just have small shields. I have to kill enemies, so I'm going to take a damage card. I believe that's how the game goes. I'm playing Slay the Spire this week, okay? Dark Embrace or Wild Strike. Dude, I think it's Wild Strike. So I lost to Dark Embrace to remove 2 over something else, maybe? In case he give me a seed to play. I feel like that would be cheating. Would that... I feel like that wouldn't let me advance ascensions, would it? Alright, never mind. All of your ideas are terrible. I'll come up with my own. That was uncalled for, sorry. Sorry. Is this lowest HP possible for all 3 centuries? We're at Ascension 5. Really coming in with the I'm grumpy today vibe. I put up with so much shit. You'll have no idea. I think I have to take brutality. My deck's very bad. Ah, the modding community. Sounds like a good thing to ask about. Kind of unreal that I'm taking this much damage in this fight. Given that my deck has what, like Thunderclap, Cleave, Immolate, Whirlwind. Probably Combust as well. This is a very polite, grumpy state. As someone who works at a gas station, you understand. Believable. Alright, I'm gonna take Twin Strike, I think. I still need more damage. What was the switch to go to? Ban? You wrote a blog post about that you can read. Ashes Sever Soul? Ashes Sever Soul? This is how we survived the Hexaghost fight? Okay. Gotta go with what we get. Cat stinks in 19 months. And a liquid bronze. And a Havoc? Havoc over Anger, I think. I don't have any strength for Anger. Bunch of gold. Dark Embrace. It's on sale. Did I have any good cards? I could Mirror Disarm. That's actually pretty good against Hexaghost. It's also pretty good against deck 2. It's like a bit expensive, but it's not egregious. I could still buy a Blood for Blood. That's thanks to a $5 donation to support Free2Luv. I think I want Blood for Blood. I already have Brutality. It's just like a pretty good card here, I think. I no longer have Brutality. Shit, I don't know. I think I'm getting rid of Strike. Oh, it's such a good brutality remove. Seversal? Is that ever Seversal? The value of just never dying to Hexaghost is so much. It gets me an upgrade. Does it? I don't know. I don't know if it actually does. Gotta think about pandas too. I don't really have any block cards. Double disarm. I think this is okay. Cross, thanks for the $5 donation to support Free2Luv. Remove Dark Embrace. I can't be trusted with Dark Embrace. I think I can be trusted with Dark Embrace. I think it's fine. I just kind of feel like I should rest, which isn't a great feeling. Because I also feel like I kind of have to upgrade Havoc for my deck to work next act. But I don't want to die ever here. Like, my run is strong enough for it not to be worth it to ever die here. I think I rust. What if I just exhausted Brutality, and then I wouldn't have it anymore? Ow! Donation button being built into Twitch UI is cool. Yeah, it's through Twitch. And I agree. It is very cool. It's through Twitch, but they partner with PayPal to actually do the stuff. So they're not paying extra for anything because PayPal can just do that already, because that is what PayPal does. It is the best way that I have ever seen to do charity stuff via the internet. The only negative you can think of is lack of anonymous donation. They have that on other charity things? You can just donate to the charity, right? If you would like to donate anonymously. Corruption is kind of ludicrous here. I think I'm taking corruption over feed. I don't need the extra health as far as I can tell. It's a pretty bad Pandora's box. But I don't really want Busted Crown. Is this Tiny House? Ew. Might be Tiny House. Get Jarvis on the phone. Is PayPal not charging processing fees at all for this? I'm pretty sure that they take out the cost of them doing the transaction. But I guess I'm not certain. I'm pretty close to winning already. I could maybe just take Busted Crown. Weird. If these two were upgraded, I'd be okay with being on 3 energy, but they are not, so it feels kind of hard to swing 3 energy. Arrakis, thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. PayPal payment processing fees are applied to donations made on some partners' platforms. Oh. Yeah. It's like definitely the best that I've seen. I don't know if it's absolutely perfect. None of them are that good. I'm gonna go with this one. Nice. Getting the corruption upgrade is huge. That's kind of like an energy relic. I don't know if I want Super Elite first. Yeah, we go for it. It's actually better for me to get hexed on turn 1. Maybe. Just got fabric from my sweater in my mouth. I think a metallicized plus. Over pummel. Yeah, I can do that. Bago prep. Panache is kind of interesting. Partners charge a fee, they have to disclose it. Maybe I could have Havoc'd a better card somehow. I think I did okay. Buster Crown, like, I need to put more skills on my deck. So that's why Buster Crown didn't seem great here. Call me Ishmael! Thanks for that $5.31 donation to support Free2Luv. Elixir. Another Havoc. Dark Embrace. We way away. Change was bothering you? Fair. Do I have a white beast statue? No. I've gotten a lot of potions this act. Play this. I play this. And then Wild Strike hits this, which is kind of awkward, but okay. We could all use a little change. Was that a Shrek reference? Zella, thanks for the $5 donation to support Free2Luv. Alright, Gremlin Leader. I didn't get attacked on turn 2 last time. Hey, we did it again. Do I want Wild Strike? I don't think I do. Would it be a song reference? Yeah, to the song Shrek. Not getting attacked in turn 2 means blood for blood is too expensive. Unironically true. As you can see. It's okay though. Wild Strike plus exists. I find Wild Strike so hard to evaluate. It might be really good. But I don't think it is. But then sometimes it kind of... I mean, it's not Hemokinesis, that's for sure. But can you expect the card to be Hemokinesis, really? That's a lot to expect. I didn't want to play it there, but would I have played Hemokinesis? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay, I'm not playing Havoc here. Rarely has a deck wanted Feel No Pain as much as this one does. I guess if the enemy just dies, it doesn't really matter. A Ghostly Armor seems okay. They're so tiny. Look at them. They're tiny. They're already dead. I didn't do the math. Makes Frozen Ice seem like a worse relic if you just have no interest in calculating what will happen. Alright, good slavers, right? Entrench. I don't know if I'm currently on board with Entrench. I think I'm not currently on board with Entrench. My health seems like it's going up somehow. I'm sent viewing draw order 45 seconds. I mean, it's not like it takes that long to see what it is. Tyranify, thanks for a $50 donation to support Free2Luv. This tiny house deck is really popping off. Agree. You know what? You're not wrong. We want to get Disarm back again. I played Bash first. Oops. The thing is, it hits really hard, Wild Strike. It just deals so much damage. Echo Oil? It feels like it's better than usual with Corruption and Blood for Blood. My current potions are good, though. Sorry, I think it's a $25 donation to support Free2Luv. I don't think I have to take damage. I have Horncleat. And then I have Corruption. I believe that this works. I'm happy to do something good for the holiday season, Zari. It seemed like a good way to spend my time. I'm glad it speaks to you. I wonder how this deck is going to beat Collector. That'll be really fun to find out. I seem great at dealing about 68 damage. But I'm not sure what happens after the first 68 damage is dealt. Raven Soros thinks the 19 months. Oh no. First time that my combo is broken. I want Dark Embrace or Corruption. I think it's Corruption for doing this turn. How did I get Blue King? I have no recollection of that happening. Regal Pillow. Yeah, that just happened. Good call. Found it on a pillow? Sure. Another exhume? Oh god, it's happened again. Actually, I get it. Do I want metallicize? I think I'd rather draw a card. Good character. Ooh, drop kick. Yeah, okay. What a character. Can I... I think I have to do it like this, and we take a bit of damage. Not like a lot of damage. Confused by the number of potions and realized we're lower ascension. The potion belt change is kind of big. It is noticeably easier to win when you have one more potion. Would have guessed. Shrug? Juggernaut is better than Feel No Pain in this deck. I don't think so. Maybe at this exact moment, but the second that I find a Pummel Strike, it stops being true. It's easier for me to solve my damage than it is for me to solve my block, I think. Casey's here. Casey.
Oh, hello.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
For me, it's morning.
It's morning for me.
How early are you up for this?
9 a.m. today. I'm working a 9 to 5.
Oh, that's not bad.
Welcome to the stream. We're at Ascension 5. We were playing Ironclad. Do you have the chat up and stuff like that? I guess I should introduce you.
Yeah, I opened the Twitch stream. I don't know what it's called. Twitch.
That is what it's called?
Okay. On a separate window, and it's muted.
Alright, cool. This is Casey. Casey made the game. You can be in charge of talking about what exactly your responsibilities were on the team, I guess.
I guess you are playing the game at the same time, too.
Yes, I am. The vibe of the week is I'm going to take this account all the way from Ascension 3 to Ascension 15, which is a lot less impressive than taking it from 0 to 20, but also a lot more feasible.
Okay. Yeah, I can briefly introduce myself. My name is Casey Young, and I'm one of the two co-founders of MegaCrit, which doesn't sound impressive if you realize that it's like a two-person company. We worked off as Spire. But currently we're at 8 people, So
think it's
now it
pretty
sounds
impressive.
Yeah, now we got like 6-7 employees, so pretty cool. And I'm like a boss person. Let's see, Casey from Casey's Blood. Is that an inscription reference?
Yes, it is. But you
Is-
are not that, Casey.
I'm not that Casey. Yeah,
Oh.
I think it is misspelled, or it is just somebody named Casey with that spelling.
Would you say that you're a
I guess
good
I should've
boss?
asked Daniel. Let's see here. Oh yeah, what do I do? I need. What am I? I think when a game is made by 2 people,
You
it is,
kind of everything, yeah.
kind of do a lot of everything. My main responsibilities would be game client programming. So I programmed a significant amount of the game client code, and then I drew all the characters and monsters and UI elements, but not the background assets, the key art, and the card and event portraits. I did most of the writing for all the events. I think about 80%, maybe a little bit less. And then I don't know. I did quite a bit of content design and systems design as well. So, but we kind of like Anthony and I do a back and forth on design quite often.
I didn't know most of that. I didn't know you wrote all the events. What's your favorite event that you wrote?
Well, let's see. I don't really keep a list. I just kind of a stream of
Understandable.
consciousness kind of person. So I don't really make lists or think about it often.
So I made a mod character for the game. It was going to be a mod character trilogy, but then I found out that it's actually really hard to make things for this game, which gave me a lot more respect for what you... I mean, I already had a lot of respect for what you did with the game, but then I had even more. And I tried to write events. And there's so, like, it's so much writing. And it's such difficult writing in my experience too, because it's, like, you don't really have, like, a beginning, middle, and end like you do for a lot of writing projects in your life. It's really just, you write a couple of paragraphs, and it's meant to convey a feeling of this larger world.
Yeah,
It's
I think
difficult what you do.
generally for event writing, my secret is that I just kind of try to grab onto like a very interesting feeling that you might get from the event, and then I just give it some whimsical language, and then I just kind of write from the hip, I guess. There's barely any like drafts and reviews. I'm just like, this is the new event. I wrote up a little blurb, like, here you go. And Anthony would be like, there's a typo here. I'd be like, excuse me?
And sometimes the text waves. It like goes up and down. Was that also you? You did the game
the
client,
waving
yeah?
stuff?
Yeah, the wavy, colorful text.
The text was very, very difficult to make.
Really?
Um,
Huh.
the game engine, at least I just haven't worked in like games, like the industry
Mm-hmm.
before. Well, I technically don't work in the industry, like to this day. But the game engine we use doesn't have like an engine for text. How do I describe how maddening this is? When we rotate text on the screen for any reason,
Mm-hmm.
we don't rotate the text as an object. There's no concept of an object because we're using an engine that doesn't really like game objects. So I just rotate the entire game, render the text, rotate it, and then rotate the entire screen back to where it was. Like that's how the text is rotated in code.
The game's in Java, right? I don't know what a game engine is, I guess.
That's a good point. Yeah, we use a game library, I would say, because there's no like GUI, there's no interface there's no drag and drop. There's no way to like visualize what the elements look like on screen. You just have to like compile it and run it each time. So, but it is written in Java. It's written in a library called libgdx, which is I think like a framework on top of something called lightweight Java game library, which is like a direct Java to OpenGL kind of like API, I guess, which is actually what Minecraft is also written in.
Huh.
The Java edition.
Sure, that makes sense. So, you started out making them in Java, which to me, like, Java is not what most games are made in, right? Is that fair to say?
Java?
Maybe it's not. Java is a very common language.
Java is a very common language, and it was one of the 3 languages that I learned in like university.
Mm-hmm.
The other 2 were like C++, and I was like, I don't think I want to make a game in C++ because I want to release it one day. And then the other one I knew was even a lower level language, but I don't even remember the name anymore. It was so long ago.
And then you switched to using Unity, which is more well known as an engine or a language. Wait,
Yeah.
is Unity an engine or?
Unity is actually an engine. Yes.
Okay.
There's
okay.
like all sorts of stuff happening. So I guess why we switched to Unity at one point for the new project, which is still not announced, is first of all, C# is like Java but better, and then the way Java works is that it creates a VM, so a virtual machine sort of, and then it kind of like emulates like a Java world, and then that's how like everything is rendered and run, and that's kind of why it has that motto of like write once, run everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
which is good until you realize that's not true.
Sure, because like the mobile port and Switch port as well for this game have been a lot, right?
And a lot of like consoles like PlayStation stuff don't allow you to really do that easily. So I was like, okay, well, I want more people to play the game. So for the new project, why don't we use an engine that works on all those platforms? And there aren't many options. It's like a desert. There's no like, you either want to do it directly in C++. I think GameMaker has some options to export it to other platforms, and then of course we have Unity, which is supported by a bunch of people. The Unity team. There's a runtime that translates all this code so that it works on all these different platforms. So and it's free, which is important.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Unreal at the time was like a very expensive. You have to have like kind of like, I wouldn't say connections, but the pricing is like very opaque at the time. So I was like, maybe like I don't know how long it's gonna take. I don't really need any fancy 3D features. Why don't we use Unity? I like C#. It'll just work. That's why we switched to that engine. And now we switched away from it, but we won't get too much into that, I think.
Okay. How was your year? Other than working on an unannounced project, what fun things have you gotten up to?
That's a good question. I was gonna make a list, and then I didn't.
Okay. I can tell you things that I know that you've done. If it would be helpful.
It's been a good year, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a wild year, I would say.
You went to at least one convention?
Yeah, I went to, I think every single year I do 2 conventions. I try to be consistent about that. I go to GDC, and then I go to PAX West.
Oh, I went to PAX West. Well, I didn't go to PAX West. How do you do on convention floors? Are you like walking around seeing things, or are you kind of, you have 1 or 2 things that you do over the course of the weekend and
That's
meeting people?
Well, I think specifically for GDC, I have to travel to SF. So I try not to just be like, oh, just go to some talks and then go home. I don't think the talks are too useful for indie developers personally, just because indie developers don't have to go extremely deep into specific subjects like rendering pipelines, like a large programming architecture thing. Well, maybe it's important to do large programming architecture for certain types of games, like Slay, but I generally just go there to meet other developers, notably indie developers. So it's a very different atmosphere from when I'm working from home, which is just home alone and just working. So I become like social Casey, which is like a very different version of Casey from day-to-day life, I guess.
Yeah, my experience at PAX West was I went to the convention floor. I knew that I had one person I wanted to see at Devolver. So I went and met her and chatted with her for like 15 minutes. And I was like, you are manning a booth and have people to talk to. I should leave. And then I was like, what else would I like to do at PAX? And I looked around and I was like, nothing. And then I left. So that was my PAX experience.
Yeah, you have to like reach out ahead of time to schedule things. Generally, if somebody's manning a booth, they don't want to be like, oh, like, yeah, go, like,
yeah.
Like, you want to like hang out later? And they kind of like stuck there. They can't escape. They have to be politely declined. So
I exaggerated. I had another friend who also didn't want to do anything at PAX, and so we kind of set up shop in one of the hallways and just had people come and meet us because he was job shopping and I was meeting viewers a little bit. So I was like, okay. It was fine.
It's fun.
But I am not a big convention person. I think
also don't really do conventions too much. GDC is very different because it's a convention for developers. So like pretty much everybody is a developer. So everybody is there to meet other developers. So the energy is very different. It's completely different from PAX, which is, for I'm not very good with words today. But
PAX is kind of for... It's one of those conventions... TwitchCon has a huge identity problem like this. It's a convention that's kind of for at least 3 different types of person. It is for gamers, it is for game developers, and it's for people who work around those spaces, like streamers or peripherals manufacturers or artists. And yeah, when you have a convention like that, it just kind of feels like the identity is very confused.
Yeah, I think that's okay, because it's so massive. It's like, I think, tens of thousands of people at those kinds of conventions. You just have to, I think, if you get lost into thinking they have to experience an entire convention, then it's probably not the way to do it. There's like a big board game section.
Board game section is fun.
Booths. There's the peripheral stuff. There's actually talks that go on during PAX time. There's parties for people who like partying and like concerts and whatnot. So I don't do any of that. I just know that some developers are in. So I just kind of hit them up ahead of time. I'm just like, yo, you going to PAX? And they'd be like, yes. And they'd be like, I have a free day on XYZ. Or we have a studio, we have like a developer, what is the word I'm looking for? We run a party from our office where we invite 30 developers the day before the convention. And so we generally get together, we kind of invite quite a few people, and it's just a bunch of indies. And we just buy some pizza, we make some food, etc., etc. And we have a good time. And that's kind of like when, in that kind of casual setting, you can set up like other meetings, or just hang out, or choose if you want to hang out, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I do it, I guess.
The most social I was at PAX was the night before PAX at the Twitch party, because Twitch does a similar sort of thing.
Yeah. And then we can, then you can visit them at their booth, and it's like, oh, hi. Okay, so you're like...
Get to know people.
And then I would, do things like man their booth, and I can pretend to be them. It's very funny.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Huh.
So.
I'm trying to work out how to play this turn, but I don't remember what I was gonna say. Hold. I think it's completely gone. Oh no. It's fine. It probably wasn't that insightful.
Yeah. If you think about it, manning a booth is like incredibly difficult work, because you are taking like some of the most introverted people in the world and having them stand and I don't know how to say this in a nice way, but we're not physically fit, okay? And we have to stand all day.
Casey, I don't think you're not physically fit. I feel like you're needlessly critical of yourself.
I try to actively exercise, but not all of us do. Let's just say, on average, a game developer is very like going to stand 12 hours straight. Okay.
Yeah.
We're not like restaurant. We're not like food workers.
I also just think nobody is really set up to do that. So.
So.
It is a miserable thing.
I can talk about your game. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say to the folks who come by? What are the questions? And then you just take over for like an hour or two, and they can take a break. They can get a burrito, whatever. It's a nice thing to do.
That's a nice thing to do. I have done a few things adjacent to booth manning. I guess I literally had a booth at TwitchCon one year where I stood there for, I think I was on for an hour, maybe an hour and a half. No, I think it was an hour. Like 10 people came total. Which was fine. But I was right next to one of the offline TV streamers, and she had a line that like stretched outside of the limits of the line set up for the booth, and was talking with people and taking photos with them just nonstop for 30 minutes past the allotted time. And it was hard not to feel a little bad on account of that.
Yeah, that is quite a bit of work.
I was honored that I got to stand next to her. It's a lot of work, yeah.
I think it's a little different for content creators as well, because I think there's more of the idea of like selling an image, and if that isn't, I wouldn't say that people aren't genuine, but I'm saying that you would have to act more polite, more professional, and I think keeping that up for a long time is also quite difficult.
I think I'd go the other direction. I think that people who work booths for like Devolver or like the booths at conventions are very impressive. You presumably, the people who are making a booth like that have someone who they have hired who is good at making booths like that.
Yeah.
Or do you contract it out, or
know other people?
There's people who know people.
People who know people. Cindy.
Whereas, as a content creator, I just kind of show up. I'm like, I pick which pants I want to wear that day. Usually I pick a nice pair. And
okay,
then I'm kind of just there.
I see.
To make stuff up.
That's nice.
How do you feel about the...
Should I be looking at stream chat at all?
Yeah, if you'd like. There are people who are asking you when Slay the Spire 2 will come out, and also sometimes interesting questions.
Oh, okay. Oops. When is Slay the Spire 2 coming out? I don't know. When we work on it and release it. But to be fair, we haven't announced what we're working on.
True.
It can be a fighting game. It can be a racing game. Who knows? Nobody knows.
Could it be a
When does
race
Slay
fighting
Spire 3
game?
come out? I mean, if I had to get my best guess of when Slay Spire 3 would come out, worked on Slay Spire for quite a while, and then we would need to finish the current project, maintain that for a while, and then if that game was Slay Spire 2 and Slay Spire 3, it's a lot of what ifs. The range is like, plus minus 20 years.
It's also not guaranteed to ever happen.
There you go.
You don't always
That's my
have to make a
answer. Plus
sequel
minus
when you
20
just
years.
when you just get the game right the first time. You don't have to make it a second time. This isn't Hollywood.
Between 20 years from now and 50 years from, well, I guess technically infinity if it's never released. Sorry, everybody.
You have worked on a lot of gaming projects that you've made public this year. Like in your blog, you talked about lots of different games that you've made that haven't necessarily ever been released, and some that have been released that have been forgotten largely.
That's true.
And then you released the cute auto battler in Godot. Is it Godot or Godot?
That is actually a big contention point
Ooh.
in the GODOT community.
I see.
I'm not sure why. Even the creators don't want to get into it,
That's funny.
I actually watched one of the waiting for Godot plays
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube just to see how they would pronounce it.
Sure.
And the person said Godot. I'm just saying. The person said Godot.
Yes, but I'm not. Is that the reference being made by the engine
Yes.
name?
Yes. The play is called Waiting for Godot.
Well,
But then I
I
saw
don't
a
see how
different
this
play.
can be contentious then.
Then they saw the play and someone else said Godot on a different play. So whoops.
Oh.
Just a big oopsie.
Yeah, I think they were just wrong.
I just don't care about being right as well. So
Sure.
there is that. I think getting into an argument over the definition of words is probably the downfall of society.
Mm-hmm. A lot of great use of time. So, how has working on other games been? I imagine that Slay the Spire was kind of a 2 to 3 year, oh gosh, this is blowing up, this is my life now kind of moment. And you've gotten to stop releasing patches, like sometimes you're releasing patches multiple times a week. I feel like for like a year there was a weekly patch or something for this game. And you've gotten to work on some other stuff. That's gotta be cool.
I definitely didn't work on anything during the weekly patch phase.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we didn't have like a testing pipeline or kind of like a localization process. So we would just receive localization updates right after we release any weekly patch, and then we would release the localization update patches soon after. And it was just a lot of work. So I didn't get to work on any other side projects. I think I neglected my physical health a little bit as well. So,
I can't imagine. I imagine there were a lot of late nights. And probably harder to make it to the gym.
yeah. But yeah. So that's over. So now I get to do the things that I like to do, which is I really like prototypes.
Mm-hmm.
So I make a lot of prototypes. I made many prototypes in my life. Probably 30 plus. I don't really track them much. I think I wrote a blog post about how much I did.
Yeah.
But then later I found out I made considerably more.
Oh.
It's okay.
Huh. I wonder, as you say that, is there a way, like, to make a prototype and then give it to somebody else? Like, if you like making the prototype but don't really
I see.
have any interest in doing more than that with it?
I only consider a prototype done when you can have an executable and somebody else can play it.
Okay.
So it's like ready for like a play test. Otherwise, if you open a project and then name it something and then draw a sprite, you could say technically you made a prototype, which I don't think is correct. So
but then there's all the upkeep on that and everything, which you don't necessarily want to do, right?
yeah.
So have you ever made an executable for a game and thought, this is pretty good, I don't really want to do anything more with that, and sent it on to somebody else to take over? Or have you ever thought about doing that?
I don't do that.
Is that something anybody does in the gaming industry?
I don't think so. Not that I know of. Any instances of something like that are quite rare, I think. We're all control freaks, so I think making something and giving it to somebody else for any amount of price is very strange. But sometimes, you know, if you're like a big open source kind of person, you just put it on open source and be like, there it is, it's out there. I'm not going to work on it because it doesn't excite me or whatever. And it's gone now. All right. Somebody says, oh, XAM2992 says, what version control software / DevOps tools do you all use? We use GitLab instead of GitHub because it was cheaper at one point. We use Writer as our IDE. We're currently using Godot for our game engine. We use something called ClickUp, which is a kind of like Jira, except weirder and cheaper. I'm not sure if I would recommend it, but we use it for task management and documentation. We use something called Sentry for what is it called? Sentry for crash and bug monitoring. We use something called Groove for customer support and email assigning. Let's see, what else is there?
Oh my god. I use
Jira
I use OBS Studio and
I use OBS Studio too.
Okay,
OBS is
there you
great.
go. And that's it. That's me. Done.
Weirder Jira. I mean, there's different eras of Jira as well. And the era that I used when I used to work at Amazon. Wait, how old am I? When was Amazon?
Relatable.
8, 9, 10 years ago? But anyway, back then, Jira was very, very overloaded. There were a maddening amount of plugins, so maybe I was a little traumatized. It loaded very slowly, and there were so many fields. But I think you can probably make it so it doesn't look like that. Let's see. And yes, we use Discord. Discord is actually our main mode of communication. We are a remote company. We do have an office, but it's just me and another developer, Jose. Jose and I are in the office, just two of us. We used to use Slack. Why do we stop using Slack? Slack is very expensive the more people you add. And you cannot search into the past after a certain amount of messages. Unless you have like the Pro or Premium or something.
Huh.
Also, the screen sharing video voice chat stuff wasn't working very well at the time. Actually, I don't think it existed at the time. So we just dropped it and used Discord because it just seemed like a better free alternative with potentially lacking security. But if we have a security leak about a video game, it's not the end of the world. So we were like, it's fine.
Do you have any suggestions? Like, that's a lot of stuff to work out, right? Do you have any suggestions for someone who was interested in making a game and scaling that game up on what not to do and trying to work out how you're going to put together all of this?
I see. For prototypes, I don't use ClickUp, so I just use Google Docs. I think just Google Docs, sharing docs with people, and having like a single channel on Discord if you're working with other people is more than sufficient for communicating and just working together. You can drag and drop files into Discord, so it's pretty good. So all these other tools and processes. Well, I mean, you would need to use Git still, because you don't want to lose everything if your computer dies.
I have some bad habits as a coder, I think.
Git.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Git, Discord, Google Docs, game engine, parentheses like Godot. I'm trying to think of my current prototype here because I have a side project.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all I do? That is all I do. Those four should be enough. There are some nice things to do, like you can do Discord integration. So even in my side project thing, we have a robot that just prints out git commits information and stuff like that. S. Rabelier
Yes.
says, what is the fun part of prototyping side projects for you? I guess there's just a lot of design stuff. There's just not enough time in the world to make all the games. If they were real projects, they take 1 to apparently 7 years to make. We only have so little time on Earth, right?
Is that how long Slay the Spire worked? When did you start working on Slay the Spire?
2015. I guess we've been in maintenance mode for Slay the Spire for a few years.
Yep.
So active development was like 3 or 4 years. But there's only so many games you can make in your lifetime. So side projects and prototype allow you to take an idea and just work on it and see what it feels like and not be, fully committal about it.
Is there a feeling in particular that you like the most when you're prototyping a game and playing it for the first time? And you talked about vibes and writing events too. It feels like you are often seeking out a feeling in design.
Yes, I would say that I work from the end goal, which is like I'm playing a video game or reading a book or doing something, and then you just kind of get like some silly ideas, It's like, what if you're playing a game that's about gambling and bluffing, but then you can pull out a gun and kill the other person if they're cheating a lot, and vice versa. And you're like, how do I emulate that kind of feeling and tension of like the risk reward of immediately pulling out a gun and shooting somebody when you're gambling? And then so like you get like an idea like that that's like a little stupid and doesn't make sense. And then you work backwards to try to make a prototype to capture that feeling. And then you make it, and you're like, oh, okay, this doesn't feel like I thought it would. And then you just abandon the prototype, and that's it, done. So,
what was it about Slay the Spire's feeling that was like, okay, I'm gonna keep going?
I see. Slay the Spire's core concept was made by Anthony. And I think the idea was that there's no like roguelike deck building games that are digital. I think there was. I think there are 2, but I think we were fully aware of them.
Ascension and something else.
I think it was CoinCrypt, which I don't know if it pegged itself as a roguelike deck builder. Maybe it did. I'm not sure, but it wasn't. But we weren't like deeply diving into games. And then there was like a game on iOS, I think. But I don't have Apple devices. So to me, I just like making games too. I think the process of making games is enjoyable. Like programming is very just fun to do when you make systems work. Like if you play Factorio, people just like playing Factorio. I know it sounds strange, but sometimes you just like doing it. And Anthony was like, "Hey, why don't we make this kind of game?" And I was like, "Sure." Dominion and Ascension were physical games, so I would say I don't have many friends, so I don't play many board games in person.
You have plenty of friends. Yes, I can relate to that because when I sat down to play Slay the Spire for the first time, I thought I have loved card games for my entire life, and I have always wanted like a 1 hour bite-sized card game that I can play by myself that is interesting, and somebody has finally made it. So, I think that was an incredibly reasonable concept to pursue. Well done. Did a very good job of it. Because people have been trying to make it again ever since, and I don't know. It's not as good.
Oh, it might be. I don't know. I don't really play card games, so. I dislike playing digital card games at the time. The only digital card game that was worth playing, in my opinion, this is hot take, was Hearthstone. This was around 2016, 2015. Other card games, there was just no feeling of like manipulating cards. It didn't feel good to track the cards. They were just like static images on the screen. It's very difficult to read the text. The buttons were just like, it just felt like a web page every single time. So to me, just like I was talking about the feelings of making games.
Yeah.
I wanted to feel like you were playing a card game, and I wanted to feel like you're going through a world that is alive, and you're defeating monsters, and also have the roguelike deck building component. It wasn't like the genre that was the most important thing to me. That was what was important to Anthony. To me, what was important was all the other stuff.
Sure. Makes perfect sense. Explains what we are seeing, and also it's incredibly relatable. I wrote a big thread about UI UX for card games on Twitter earlier this year, I think. Maybe that's one of the cool things that I've done this year. I've done a few cool things this year.
I didn't know you were writing stuff. I gotta go find it.
I wrote a book, Casey, and then I sent it to you.
Okay, well, I read the book. I didn't know you're publishing multiple books.
No, this was just a thread. Sometimes I write threads about things.
A book is very serious business. You know, if someone writes a blog post, like, I just get a bunch of dumb ideas. I just write them down, and then I just make a blog post. They're not like serious commitments. Books that like don't write stupid stuff at all. That'll be in print forever somewhere one day. You know,
which is kind of overwhelming, yeah. Because most of the time, as a content creator, I'll just say something. It's like, well, that joke didn't come off, but like 3 people reacted negatively, and now everyone will forget. Whereas with a book, it's like, yeah, 5 years from now, people are going to ask me about that book and expect me to still agree with all of the things I said in it, which is a wild thought.
It is very. It's like people change over time. What a concept.
I tried to mostly write things I'd keep agreeing with, though. Yeah, so a frustration that I have had with attempts to make a follow-up to Slay the Spire, like, you know, the observation that Slay the Spire is very popular and lots of people like it, and then people trying to make the same sort of experience but improve on it, is that everyone seems to try to make it more of a card game, and very few people try to make it more of an experience. And if anything, adding more and more card game rules, like, that's at the cost of the experience, in my experience, as it were. And so instead of, like, the first run of Slay the Spire I ever played You presented to me that Perfected Strike existed. I was like, okay, I'm going to play Perfected Strike then. And I took every card that had Strike in it, and I died in Act 2, and it was incredible. And it was incredible not because, like, the card game was particularly compelling, although it was fine. What was cool was, like, I lost and had fun anyway. And then I wanted to play more afterwards. I wanted to find out what this city was. I wanted to find out what other things there were to do, like making Perfected Strike work. So I was immediately hooked. And I just, like, I don't know. Don't get that often.
Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of roguelites this day. And before Slay the Spire's release, I played, like, a lot of them. And so I can always tell, like, certain types of items, cards, or weapons had, like, weird potential, where it was, like, hard to tell if it was good. And then I would be fixated on making it work. And I think having that kind of content is very, very important. I have a lot of critiques on content design, but I'll have to gather my thoughts on it someday.
You played TFT at all?
TFT?
Yeah.
When it came out, I actually tried to get back into it a few months ago, and it was overwhelming. I need to like read through an encyclopedia.
Yes, that is a
I was like,
very fair criticism of TFT.
I was like, am I too old for this? Do I have time for this game? And none of my other friends were playing it, and so I couldn't even confide with somebody else and be like, hey, like, maybe today we'll learn about this archetype and what the best strategy for. So it's a lot of work. So it felt like work. And the game had been out for quite a bit of time now. So it was a little grueling. I think the most exciting time for most competitive games is on release.
Sure.
And I feel like I already had my fun during the time as well. And had all this like muscle memory sort of feeling of what were good and bad, but all of them were wrong, so I had to retrain myself. And I was like, this is maybe I'll try other video games.
So I bring up TFT because there was a set where there were Yordles, and if you had 6 Yordles in play, I think if you had 3 Yordles in play, you would get a new Yordle every round.
Yes.
And then if you got 6 Yordles in play and all of them were 3 stars, you unlocked the 7th Yordle, which conceptually was meant to be very strong, although if you actually played it, you'd like still lose pretty regularly. But you know, it was trying to be strong. Yeah.
That's not Exodia.
And that was so much fun for me because it was weird and it felt like it had some sort of story that I was invited to, like you're making these weird Yordles work. And I've never enjoyed a TFT set more than I enjoyed that one. So when you're talking about like weird factor and evoking a feeling and stuff like that, yes. In fact, it's very hard to do well. There are a few times when people have, and it's been awesome. Rotato did that for me this year. Orb of Creation has done that for me this year.
Both great games.
Baldur's Gate 3 has done that for me. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people liked that one.
I think some people have heard about that game,
yeah.
Just imagining like the Getty images, like I can't hold all these like vegetables, except that they're all just like trophies. Wobble says, is Casey an incremental player? The answer is yes. And idle games are too dangerous, so I don't play them anymore. But the active incrementals, which are a little more respectful of your time, I'm a big fan of. Oh, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. It is.
Do you want to do more? Oh, sorry.
It is really interesting playing up through the Ascensions. The game holds up. Okay. Something that I worried about with Slay the Spire is I used to play FTL, and I loved FTL. FTL is another game that brings an awesome feeling, and it brings that bite-sized, like, two-player, single-player experience in a roguelike format in a mechanics system that was compelling enough for me. I'm not an RTS player, but it was a simple enough RTS that I could get into it. And what I found was once I got good enough at FTL that I was winning like 80% of the time, I just got really bored of it. There was so much garbage time in the game. Waiting to repair your ship after a fight, or training up your crew on a really easy fight at the start. Just a lot of situations where you didn't actually feel in danger, and your decisions didn't really matter. And I was worried as patches came out that buffed cards and things in Slay the Spire, and also just as players got better, that I would get to a point where Slay the Spire had started to feel like a lot of garbage time to me, and I would get bored of it, like I did with FDL. And I am kind of astounded at how well Slay the Spire holds up even when you are extremely likely to win. Like, it is still somehow interesting.
Somehow interesting. Well, let me know when you figure out what that something is.
I mean, okay, so one of the things is the environment and the feeling that you're participating in is awesome, and the feeling of playing the cards is great. Like, I'll shuffle a deck of cards for fun even if I'm not playing a game, you know? That's an idle habit that's just enjoyable, and so it's fun to watch the cards fly around on the screen. You did a really good job with that. Another part of it, I think, is that the system that you are functioning within is... It's very large. There are lots of permutations of cards and relics you can have together, but they do feel like the rules for accumulating them all stay the same from run to run, such that even if I'm winning very comfortably, I could take a card and see how it performs and learn something for next run. And I never felt that in FTL. In FTL, it was always like, I'm a little bit worried about the final fight, so I have to make my deck as good as I possibly can, or my ship, in FTL's case. And I never felt like I was being encouraged to experiment with different things which might matter for next time. Also, I think there are 28 ships in FTL or something instead of 4 characters. So next time is like, when is that even going to be if you're going through the ships?
Yeah, I mean, I like FTL a lot. But I agree that, like, you're playing a certain ship, and then generally, pretty early on in the game, you have a breaking point between doing, like, 1 or 2 strategies, and then you just kind of play it out. And there's a lot of start and stop time to make sure that, like, your character's leveled properly, and when you reach the end of the game and you lose by just a little bit, it actually feels a little bad sometimes. It's like, should I have micromanaged a little bit more?
Yeah.
I feel like my runs take forever. Maybe I'm just slow at buttons, but it looks like I played 90 hours though. So it's not. I think it's quite good. 90 hours is like a very, very good game.
In the hard no pause community of FTL, which is what I was a part of.
Oh, okay.
There was some. There was a separation of rules that players abided by, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Where some people would use cheat engine to speed the game process up when they were training crew, because you are legitimately just finding a spot in the first sector where you can take your hands off the mouse and keyboard and go away for 30 minutes and come back and your crew is full level. So some people would use cheat engine for it, and then other people would alt tab out of the game and like play a crossword or something, because they thought cheat engine was cheating, and I think that is so funny.
It is called cheat engine.
It is.
Obviously, we're all using it for cheating only.
Yep. A schism, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, Slay the Spire, there was a moment in there where it was like, you could generate healing cards from Dead Branch and stuff like that, and so there were fights with a lot of garbage time in them pretty regularly. And nowadays, there's much, much less than that.
Yeah, we try to remove that kind of stuff for sure. Encouraging that kind of plays. I think there's one item in the Binding of Isaac where you heal over time. And so you would just kind of sit there, do nothing.
Just
That was,
leave for a
that was
while.
extremely painful.
Yeah.
So I remember that feeling, and I was like, we're definitely not going to do that and try our best to. I think there is maybe one way to do it with some obscure card or potion generation or something.
You can
Yes.
you can do a variety of silly things with like Nightmare in particular. Nightmare can make infinite of a card, so you can use Nightmare on Alchemize to get the perfect
Sorry,
potions.
Nightmare. Nightmare was a mistake.
Did you see when I
No,
broke the
Nightmare.
game with Nightmare?
Yeah, I have to think about the pros and cons of Nightmare.
At some point, I had a run where I made enough poison on the heart that it overflowed, and the heart stopped taking poison damage.
Mm-hmm. I just leave it in there or whatever.
Yeah,
That's what you get for disrespecting the heart.
I guess so. I just killed it with like the common attacks that I had from Act 1. It was okay.
Fair enough.
What else do I want to ask you while you're here? Oh, what games have you been playing? What are your What's your like top 5 games of the year in terms of games you've played?
I'm glad you asked, because I wrote a blog post, but then now that I think about it, that blog post isn't really like my top 5. Just games I found interesting to talk about.
Sure.
I'm a big fan of Resident Evil 4. That's like definitely my top 5 this year.
Was that a remake? I've never played a Resident Evil.
Well, I would say there are 3 different Resident Evil types. There's like the classic puzzle type, which is like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. And then there are the Resident Evil action games, I call them, which is Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6. And then there's like the new FPS Resident Evil games, which is Resident Evil 7 and 8. So they actually like kind of switch how they feel and how they play out between each one. So, and Resident Evil 4 is the best by, in my opinion, by quite a big margin. But if you enjoy a certain genre more, then it could be different for yourself. But it's kind of a combination of like campy cutscenes and enemies and like characters, a little bit of resource management, and it just has a good flow. And it's a very interesting, like the controls are very different from most video games. So optimizing how to play and like having interesting things happen, like the enemy's head like turned into like a scorpion monster, and you're like, oh, I can pause the game right here. I can get my rifle out, and like there are 4 enemies lined up. I can get 4 headshots at the exact same time. Or you can suplex cultists. There's just a lot of silly things that happen. And it seems like a serious horror game, but there's nothing serious about Resident Evil, in my opinion. It's very hard for me to take it seriously, and it's really funny. Whereas it's like a comedy game for me. Resident Evil 4 is very funny. It is like the funniest experience. And Resident Evil 2 is like very different, which is like the second best Resident Evil game, in my opinion. And the remake is also spectacular for that one.
Casey, why is this a fight that you can get on floor 5? Like,
Sorry,
you know that this fight is harder than most of the Act 1 Elite fights, right? Like,
maybe I thought the game was too easy. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking at the time.
I respect that.
I did not consult 12 scientists to like decide, you know? We're just making video games.
Yeah, I respect that.
Generally, my response is just, you know, it's fine. You can mod it out or just make your own video game. It's fine. We don't have our preferences.
Just make your own. Oh boy.
I feel like there were a lot of questions. Let me see here. Oh, there's so many questions. I wish they would be aggregated somewhere magically.
We have people who could do that for you right now if you want.
Let's see here.
Strap, can you make a Google Doc with an aggregation of the questions for Casey?
I'm just like parsing for question marks.
Yeah.
Angry Bavarian says, would you recommend working in the game industry? I'm an indie developer, so I don't work in the game industry. I'm just the person who makes games. I'm technically count as part of the industry, but I'm not really working for anybody. There are people who work for me, and you can ask them. I hope they recommend working in the gaming industry. Let's see here. What are some? Can you recommend an idle game? Let's see. Recently, Anthony and I and some folks on our server enjoyed Norp Analog, Orb of Creation, but that's pretty obvious, I think.
Orb of Creation is not, like, for how good that game is, surprisingly few people know it exists. That is a thing that I have found. Have you generally found that most people you talk to know Orb of Creation exists?
Nobody knows Orb of Creation exists. I'm the person telling everyone it exists.
Okay, yeah. I have generally found the same thing. I have, like, a couple of friends who know about it, and we have, like, done podcasts together specifically about it and stuff, because, like, why? I don't know. Why did Baldur's Gate win awards? Like, when a clearly better game was released?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. We can get into that. But before that, I just want to point out that just because someone works in the game industry doesn't mean they play a lot of games, which sounds very strange. But it's just a fact, you know. Like, there are a lot of casual gamers or people who like have just played, or just like Nintendo people, and they're like, you know what? I want to make games too. And so I think it's pretty. Anthony and I are more like game design community people more than game dev community people, I would say. We talk more to game designers than game developers, I think. Orb of Creation, though. Why is it not popular? I think it looks very intimidating.
It does look terrible. But it's so strange because the experience of playing it is better than the experience of playing games which look good. Like, whether it looks good or not isn't that important to the fact that you sit down to play it and then make interesting decisions for 12 hours straight and then want to start again tomorrow.
Yes, there is that pull, which is very terrifying. I mean, I only have 52 hours, so.
Well, it is like a 12-hour-long game, so that's not.
12 hours? How do you do? You are so good at games. It's maddening.
Yeah, okay, maybe. Sure, maybe, but
I've only beaten it twice, so it must be at least 26 hours.
Okay.
Why is this fact? How is this possible?
Got into the point where it says more dev time required. Is that what we're counting as beating it? I don't know what counts as beating Orb of Creation, so.
Also, Orb of Creation it looks and sells itself as like an idle game, and most of those games are free. And I think there's kind of like a hesitance when it comes to buying those kinds of games because you don't know what it's going to feel like to actually play. And reviews are reviews. They don't really help too much. There's a lot of genres where the reviews are always good because there's just not a lot of randomness, or there's a lot of positivity in the community. So reviews don't really indicate game quality all the time. Yaoshi says, do you love cat girls? I don't know. Let's find out. Girls. I don't know. Like, it's alright. Not really like something I would actively seek out. I mean, some of these images are pretty cute. Not really like a big anime girl looking up person, I guess. Sorry, Miyoshi. I would say, 3 out of 5 stars. 5280 asks, thoughts on Game Maker's recent business model change? I think it's some good stuff. I think, if I recall, I'm just going off the feeling that I had when I read it.
What's Game
I don't really
Makers?
remember exactly what it is.
Oh, there's a doc aggregating questions for you if you want.
I think what else was a big win in the gaming industry? I think Monogame
Monogame?
also was gonna go open source. Monogame is like a C# game engine,
Okay.
which is based off of XNA. The engine that we used for Slay the Spire, LibGDX, is also based off of XNA, like the architecture and framework. It's like a library, but it's good that it's gonna be open source soon. Okay. Game Maker changes. I have just so much game engine news this year because of an event. So, been a lot of changes.
Because of an event.
Game Maker ditches subscription model for indie developers. Oh yes. I haven't looked too deep into it because we're just on the Godot train. But you'll have to evaluate yourself. And I don't want to be like, this engine is good or bad. Because the landscape is always changing. Let's see, let's start from the top here. How does it feel knowing you created a game where thousands of people have thousands of hours playtime in? No stress for next game, Kappa. First of all, lots of stress now that I read that. But I'm not sure if I would play thousands of hours, but you know, whatever works for you, you know. The thing is, I can't get the feeling of excitement and novelty because I made it, which is like the downfall of working on a video game that you want to play. In my opinion, at least. I can never play Slay the Spire and be like, oh yes, this is exactly what I wanted. It's like, I know it's gonna happen. I know the math behind this. It's ruined for me. But it's just insane. I just can't imagine playing Slay the Spire and having the same experience. There's no way for me to get that. So, is it stressful for the next game? Not really. I don't really think about things like making good games or more popular games or leaving a legacy or anything like that. I just like working on games. That's what I want to do. Is just I enjoy the actual process of making the video game. So if the game turns out to be good or bad, that's pretty inconsequential to me. As long as I feel like I'm working on something that people will enjoy, and I do try to maximize, how much people enjoy it. I'm just trying my best, I guess. Let's see here.
I have been guilty of, in my life, I've been guilty of seeing devs put out one incredibly good game and then thinking the next one has to be just as good for me as that one was, which, I mean, is wrong for so many reasons. So I've had to get away from that idea, but I can relate to why some people see Slay the Spire. They're like, the next game that the people who made Slay the Spire make will be even better than Slay the Spire was for me specifically, which is just not a healthy or sensible thing to believe about.
I agree.
Somebody making games. Yeah. Or whether those games are about you and for you specifically.
Yeah. I think definitely it's something I've thought of before. I generally think about it from like a musician's point of view, because musicians have one-hit wonders all the time. But sometimes they get like really angry and lash out at like the listeners and audience. But like the people I respect are kind of the bands that are just like, we're just gonna keep doing shows, we're just gonna keep making music. Doesn't need to be as popular, etc. And as long as that action to just make good stuff is there, I think that's all you really want to do. You just want to make music that sounds good. And if people like it and it's better than the previous thing, that's great. If not, that's fine too.
Mhm.
But if you don't want to make music, you know, that's tough. I think as a game developer, the motivation is that you should want to make games that are fun. And if you don't like making the games itself, it's going to be a very difficult thing. Games take a significant amount of time to make. So if you don't like the process, you are in for a very bad time.
Yeah. It's Nightmare. I have Nightmare and Alchemize, as previously discussed.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, and you got 5 potion slots?
Uh-huh.
My goodness. Hashtag already won.
Silent's been surprisingly difficult at low difficulties. I think because her starter deck isn't that good at Act 1. And so
I agree.
it feels a bit harder to leverage the fact that Act 1 is easier into becoming very strong. Also, I got, other than Potion Belt, I do not have the best relics that are in the game at the moment. But the cutest. I do have the cutest ones.
Yeah. Not too good, these relics. It might be an uphill battle, but I believe.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Felter says, how did seeing Jorb's first heart kill feel? Or the first heart kill in general, I guess. The first heart kill happened in our internal playtest servers. I guess. I wasn't really around to watch somebody specifically beat the heart. We got a lot of angry messages when they lost. I think in general people message us when they're upset more than when they're happy. I don't really remember anybody's first heart kill, to be honest.
Do better, people.
Kind of a non-answer. Sorry.
18 plus 24. When I worked on Long War 2, a mod for XCOM 2, I was really surprised at, like, I'd never realized it before, but, like, I'd been playtesting something for 6 months, right? And then we released it, and somebody beat it, and we're like, cool, yeah, they beat it. Like we did in playtesting for 6 months.
Hope you had a good time.
And then people would be like, oh my gosh, it's the first person to ever beat this thing. And it was like, what? Anyway.
Yeah, I think from a developer's perspective, we're designing things that are beatable. So it is. I think if it was like an actual monumental PvP or like MMO sort of environment where it was extremely difficult, there was like a time constraint, there would be a different feeling. I remember when in Diablo 3 they were gonna patch the game to make it easier, and there was this rush from some folks to try to beat Diablo
before it was patched.
Hardcore mode, right?
That was me. I did that.
You did that too?
My brother and I corpse hopped much of the way through Act 3. One of us would run forward and die, and then the other one would teleport to their body and run forward and die. And we spent at least a day doing that. I don't actually remember if we ended up getting the kill before the patch came in or not. Long time ago now.
Yeah, it was quite a long time ago. I only remember Hearthstone Criparian.
Yes,
that was like a pretty big thing.
I think he got pretty famous for that specific thing. Like, that's one of the big things that made his stream blow up.
Yeah, it was huge. I think I was following it pretty closely. I remember I beat Diablo before the patch, but not in hardcore mode. I'm not that hardcore. Let's see. Felter says, how does seeing... Oh, no, that was the same question. The next person says, Ignis Lucky says, what was your biggest challenge as indie develop? Was it personal or job related? Biggest challenge. Biggest challenge. I don't really. There wasn't never like a big spiky moment. I was like, oh, like this is like a very difficult thing. I think when we released the game, it was a little disheartening to see like 80 sales.
Really?
We didn't get much sales the first week. Maybe like 200 or something.
Wow.
And so I was like, can I make minimum wage off of this? Am I gonna have to go back to Amazon? So I guess that was like, it kind of like soured the mood, you know? We were kind of like, is this gonna work out? You know, we're in the future now, so we can see that it did. Because it was like 2.5 years until we released. So I don't know if that was a challenge more than an emotion. But yeah, we just kind of diligently worked on the game for 2.5 years. I would say on and off. There were some moments where we didn't work too much.
It definitely took me a little while to find it. I found it through like another streamer who plays a lot of indie games.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's just very hard to market a game because it has to be, there's just a lot of areas that get considerably more visibility than others. So, but things worked out. Otherwise, I don't know what the other biggest challenge was. I think generally, I tend to not exercise enough when I get too into working on something, and then I injure my back. So weird enough, my biggest challenge is staying physically healthy.
How's your back doing right now?
Terrible. Oh my goodness. I'll send you a message about some sad things later, but don't want to be too I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Negative?
Make some sad
Possibly.
statements. But,
I feel like talking about the bad things is important too. I think Bob Ross taught us that. But
Thanks,
I'm
Bob
not gonna
Ross.
I'm not gonna make you do that. Yeah, I started getting a weekly massage about halfway through this year, and that is one of the best things that has happened to me this year. Just straight up, it is such a good idea to get a weekly massage. I have a guy who understands my body, understands what problems I run into regularly, keeps an eye on everything, and I don't hurt all the time anymore. And that's really nice.
Not hurting all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, just sometimes now. Yeah.
I think I probably had maybe like 12 working days that were like pretty much canceled because of like back issues this year.
Yeah, I was having that a bit last year, and
I just grew up super frugal, so I like to this day cannot process paying for that kind of service. It's like very difficult. And my wife is like, just like, oh, you need to take better care of yourself. Like consider like a massage or like a chiropractor or like anything. Maybe that'll be my 2024 goal, is to actually see a professional instead of buying like $30 products off of Amazon to hope that it will like solve all my problems.
You have a little massage gun?
For all the folks in here, just so you know, buying like a little thing that like massages your back or something does not to solve your issues, turns out. See. Alright, let's answer a question. The Lagging Pants says, did you jump full into game development? It's always been an interest of mine, but I have to start with doing it as pastime around work. Is that something you've experienced with and could share advice on? I would say that I did game development on the side when I was in college, and then when I was working at Amazon, I did it a little bit on the side. However, I kind of like went all in on it after I quit. I just saved up some money. I wouldn't say a lot of money, but I lived very frugally. I lived with one of my friends, so I was kind of getting like a good rate, and I just didn't spend much money. So I was like, I can probably do game dev without making much money for quite a few years. And if it doesn't work out, I guess I'll have to go back to tech. And maybe I'm not cut out for it. It's kind of how I felt. In general, I would not. If you are in a bad financial situation, I don't recommend quitting a job to get into game development. I think that is very irresponsible. The average amount, the median salary for an indie developer is very, 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 very bad. I think it is less than minimum wage. So I don't recommend kind of going all into it. It's a very competitive thing, and I don't know. Anthony and I have made a lot of games in the past. It's like ManyJorbs' first game, but it's like Anthony and I's game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, or 9, or 10, or something. So definitely get experience. It's a lot. I wouldn't say it's easier to make games now. It's easier to learn how to make games, but the competition is also harder. So, and there's more money in it, so that's good too. Yeah, it's hard to say. Things are always changing.
How much control do you feel there is over whether a game is successful that belongs to the people who are making the game? I don't know if I phrased that well.
I was like, people making the game.
So, as a streamer, when I get asked that question, like, is it worth it to quit my job to become a streamer? One of the points that I make often is that whether you succeed as a streamer or not is heavily out of your control. If you already know all of the right people and already know exactly how to make all of the content you want to make, like, you've got better odds, but you may not have much flexibility in that world to actually do what you want. It may be like, I know that this thing exactly will work, and so I can do this thing exactly, but that may not actually be your dream. And outside of that, like, I was a successful gamer. I had worked in gaming. I am good at storytelling. I had made online content in video format before. And it still took me like 2 years as a streamer to make minimum wage, and I think I got lucky. And then largely why I really succeeded as a streamer was that I played a game that became popular, but I didn't predict that it would become popular. Like, say the Spire becoming popular was not a thing that I knew was going to happen when I started playing it. So.
How much control do we have? I mean, have survivorship bias. But I also worked a lot in the kind of like, I wouldn't say industry, but worked in making games and tech. And I also just live in a spot where there are a lot of game developers and a lot of resources. So how much control do we have? I don't know. It's like, there's just so much factors. But it would be good to talk to an expert or ask advice to people who know what they're doing, so you can evaluate what that looks like for yourself. And it's just a very complicated thing, and if we knew the answer to that, I think a lot of people's lives would be a lot better. But it's a little bit out of our control. Some of it is in control, and you just need to be a very stubborn person as well, and you have to be kind of like emotionally very stable, because there's a lot of failure involved. Most of the early games I made pretty much made no money, like zero. So if you are the type of person to give up after 1 or 2 things, or if you don't think that making games is something that you kind of compulsively want to do, then it is probably not the correct to do, especially if you want to make money. If money is your goal, there are much better paths to take than game development. But I don't know. I just like creative pursuits, and I like video games. I'm always talking about video games. I write about video games. The things that I write about, it's not like I don't write them for other people, which is a very funny thing to say. I write it because I kind of keep thinking about things until I write about it. Once I write about it, I kind of have like, it's like a stress release. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like out there, and I don't have to think about it anymore because I just wrote it all out there. So
yes, journaling is a powerful tool for processing thoughts, and then publishing that to be read by others can be cathartic in its own way too. That is, like, my book was originally meant to be a journal post, and then I started thinking, oh, maybe it's a blog post as it got longer, and then eventually I thought, oh, it's an entire book. But the entire time that I was writing it, it was largely for me, and then I started interviewing some other people, and then I was writing it for them as well, but they were talking to me because they wanted to tell their stories largely for themselves. Like, it was a bunch of people who just wanted to, yeah, there's something about that process that helps you resolve things that are going on in your world.
I agree. Let's see. In chat, Blueberry says, "Did you start with one great game or several small games?" Several small games for sure, and that's like a pretty standard advice for developers these days, I would say, and it is very, very good advice. You should always start small. There have been successes with games that did not start small, but those are extremely rare, or the people who made those games have had adjacent experience in things that would help making those games usually. Let's see here. If you're curious more about that kind of stuff, there is the blog post that S. Revelier talked about. It is titled Young Adult Caseyana. That's the blog post.
Do you ever do birthday things? Are you a birthday person? Wait, it was just Christmas. Are you a Christmas person?
Am I a Christmas person? I'm not a Christmas or birthday person.
Okay.
I don't really celebrate much things.
Do you accept gifts at any time in the year?
I do awkwardly. I have that thing where I'm like, thank you. But I should really train myself to be like, this is so nice, thank you very much. Just a little awkward there. Not gonna lie, need to work on that. Should get going soon. I'm gonna try to shotgun answer all these questions. I'm very bad at leaving things unresolved. Pokemon Nerd says, when the heart was first created, why didn't it start out with the invulnerable buff? This is technically heart version 4, but why didn't it start with the invulnerable buff? The invulnerable buff, is that the 300 HP one?
Yeah, can only take a certain amount of damage per turn.
I see. Why didn't it start out with it? We saw the problem was that some of the late game archetypes were like one-shotting things because of exponential gains, and we didn't want the final boss to be that abusable in that sense. So that's my answer.
That's why it ended up having that.
Yes, corrective window. I wanted a few turns so that you can at least experience the AI of the heart before.
Yep.
I guess AI is a different meaning now. The moveset of the heart before, you just kind of one-shot it on turn 0. This happens quite often when I play games like Noita, where I'm just like, boom, and the boss just dies. It's like, oh.
It's like, sometimes I'm in a boss fight and I'm like, do I try to play this worse so that I find out what the enemy does?
And you know what it actually does
for
the next time.
But on the other hand, it's being presented as the final boss of the game. So if you let it have a turn, the game's telling you, like, it'll be really dangerous to do that. So yeah, there are games I've won where I don't actually know what the final boss does. Maybe never will.
Exactly. So I didn't want that problem where, the boss just dies instantly. So I guess that's the reason why. And saw a problem, and that was the solution. Is the best solution? I don't know. Subjective. All things are subjective, though. All right. Albion asks, is there an amount of money we can donate to charity in order for you to bring back Runic Dodecahedron, the best shaped relic? What? I would. I don't think we'll be updating the game, so I would just ask a modder. It's probably the better choice. But I like the sentiment that the money is donated to charity. Zealousy says, hello Casey, have you played Pyre? I think that's from Supergiant. What are your thoughts on a sports but make it nerdy genre? Sports but make it nerdy genre has a lot of potential. I haven't specifically played Pyre. I don't know why, but I think Beastie Ball is another game coming out somewhat. I don't know if it's soon, but that's by the folks who created Chicory, Coin Crypt, and quite a few games, I think, actually. So that could be, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff there. I agree that I think I have fond memories of like this like soccer game with Mega Man in it when I was playing on the SNES back in the day. OSCF? I don't know how to say this, sorry. OSEF?
I say OSEF,
Are you doing the art and writing for your new project? I would say I'm doing the writing. I'm not doing the art this time around. My main focus is in kind of like just being a boss. Just I have to do a lot of production and direction. So I'm doing creative direction, doing sound direction, but I'm not drawing the characters this time around for whatever we are doing. I'm doing a lot of the code for the UI as well. So I guess I would say art programming, a lot of writing, a lot of directing and producing, and a lot of biz dev. So Brogata says, hi Casey, who is your least favorite enemy in the Spire? That is an interesting question. I think everybody hates one of the ones that I like. Maybe I shouldn't say it, it's too much of a hot take. But I think writing math is great. I like ruining everybody's day with the chaos. I think sometimes you need a little wrench in your universe, Who's my least favorite enemy in the Spire? Probably Lagavulin ruining my life when I'm trying to playtest the game before a patch every single time. My goodness. DRL says, hi Casey, your game is incredible. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for your kind words. And I hope you have a great rest of 2023.
You've spoken a lot, you and Anthony have spoken a lot about how a lot of how you balanced Spire was data driven. And you had lots and lots of runs from people and you looked at what was performing and underperforming and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But your comment about Lagavulin just made me wonder if you have ever just nerfed an enemy because you really didn't like it and thought it was too hard.
Definitely.
Okay.
There are some non-data driven ways we nerf certain monsters or change them in ways. One of them is the combat takes too long, which is like it just becomes tedious and it's not fun. And sometimes the way we lose to certain enemies is very painful. Like if you're taking damage over time and they're just gaining more and more block, and even though it feels like they're not like that strong, or sorry, even though statistically it's correct, it can feel bad. So those are kind of things that are not really data driven.
Makes sense.
Oker says, are there any mechanics you regret adding? There are mechanics that can be improved. I don't know if I would regret adding too many. Maybe intangible. I think the potion system is it's kind of in a spot where you kind of forget about it, which is not very good.
I think at high difficulty, the potion system shows up. But I know what you mean for like a more casual player playing the game for the first time or whatever.
Yeah. Specifically, tangible just kind of bypasses so many things, which isn't good. and it kind of just like it's like this is a design, and then we're gonna ignore this entire section of the design, and it's not very good when we do that. So, but you know, sometimes it happens. Blazor says, "Do you like padoru padoru?" I'm not sure what that is. There's like a cute little emoji. Is that the person? Padoru padoru? Kind of in the anime girls category. It seems fine. I don't know. Everyone's just typing padoru padoru. What is this? What is this padoru padoru? This is a trap. Alright. Shaga Malaga says, "What was your job at Amazon, Casey?" My job was a quality assurance engineer. So I looked at software and I wrote a lot of bugs and I told people how it should be. So I guess I'm a underpaid critic in non-technical terms. Sable60ch says, "Casey, I think it's supposed to be do you think that the indie industry can produce so much games and be sustainable? It's already not sustainable, since it is impossible even for niche specialists to follow releases of games within a single niche. I don't think it is healthy to make games based on what kind of releases are coming out. I think you should just do what you want to do and just kind of work from the heart, TM, you know? You need to just work with your gut. And your gut will get stronger the more you work on stuff. You'll just start to feel out what is kind of like lacking, in your opinion, in the industry and in the design space, and then you just have to believe in yourself. It seems prone to a collapse. I mean, the music industry has been like this for a long time. So if you consider the music industry as collapsed, then then it will collapse. If you don't, if you think the music industry is healthy, then it will be healthy here as well. See, Gabs the Bar says, "Hi Casey, have you participated in many game jams?" No, I'm not. I'm a extreme perfectionist, and I can pretty much never meet the deadlines that are set up by game jams. I have participated in 2 total, which is I consider not many. All right, I did it. I answered all the questions. Thank you.
Well done.
Yes.
Thanks for joining
Did
us.
it. All right, I'm gonna
It's
go
been great
have
to
some
have you.
lunch.
Yeah.
Best of luck on the runs, and if you ever have more questions in the Spire Discord, we have an Ask the Devs section, and I answer them quite often. If you want Anthony to answer any questions, you should write "Anthony answer the questions," because I'm answering most of them. I need to stop answering questions. I have like a compulsion to answer all questions.
Mm-hmm. Anthony might be on later this week, but it's like, you know, holiday season, so plans are always hard to work out.
Anthony has a much larger family by where he lives, so he gets pretty busy during the holidays. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't show up.
Yep.
All right. Bye. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. That was Casey. Do you want to plug your Twitter or something, or is that a thing you care about?
If you ever type Casey Yano without spaces, like CSEYYNO, then all those things will show up in Google or whatever.
Yeah, there are some really fun blog posts out there.
Yeah.
I hope
Hopefully
your
the
back
next game will
improves.
come out soon, but we gotta announce it, so it won't just come out of nowhere. So.
All right.
Bye bye.
See ya. All right. I didn't take a break after my last run, so I'm gonna take a break now. Because I need to stretch my legs. That was lovely. He's just a really nice guy. Hope you enjoyed getting to ask some questions. I don't want to like leave the run. This game's too good. Game's too good. All right, let me stretch my legs. Thank you. I know I wasn't calling out donations and stuff while we were talking with Casey. Thank you everybody who did donate. It looks like so we've raised $4,755 for Free2Luv, which is awesome. And I bet there's somewhere where I can click to see who the donators were, and thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna work out where that is. Guess I need to know where I was up to before. Tranify thanks for the $50. Zari thanks for the $25. Not Zo So thanks for the $10. Pokemon Nerd thanks for the $100. Optimich thanks for the $15 to support Free2Luv. Thank you all. Thank you for not embarrassing me too much in front of Casey. Only a little bit. Oh, chat. I don't know what I meant to do in this shop. Probably card remove. I should return to actually thinking about what I'm doing in the run now. I'll be right back though. I have considered the extra well-laid plans. I think it might just be card remove. I don't know. I'll be right back. I just realized that my heat isn't turned on. I guess it's only... I guess it's 50 degrees today. That's not too bad. I decided to turn it on, though. Casey is no longer here. Casey has hung out with us. He has loved us and left us. Now we can start wildly speculating about what their next game will be. Now that he's not here. I think it's an intense visual novel in the spirit of Doki Doki Literature Club. I could take Panacea. I already have an artifact potion. I'm thinking I beat the heart with Ancient Pot Speed Pot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was an incremental game. It feels like it could be an incremental game. Hey Josh, how are you? 2 universal, 2 paper clips. I am certain that I would absolutely love an incremental game by Mega Crit. That would be hot. A nice Christmas and watching a nice... Ooh. Ever deflect. I have 2 backflips. Actually might be. What is an incremental game? That's an interesting question. Like Diablo is kind of an incremental game. But usually incremental games are... It's the idea of number gets bigger and bigger, but you strip out a lot of the like narrative and mechanics, so you're just kind of clicking buttons to make that happen. But yeah, the genre boundaries are a little fuzzy, I think. Orb of Creation might be the most essential example. Orb of Creation is one example of an incremental game, to be sure. I don't know if it's the example. My potions are kind of locked, which is kind of miserable, because I have an Alchemize and a Nightmare. Sometimes incremental games are like free-to-play browser games, which is interesting because they definitely can be easily made. But they can also be made very, very well. But it was interesting when Casey pointed out that people are maybe not used to paying for incremental games, and so maybe that's why Orb of Creation, people are hesitant to pay for it. I don't even think it's very expensive, and like for how much work went into it, it feels extremely reasonable to me. Incremental games are video games' version of minimalist art. Maybe. Kind of. I fairly often say on this channel that all strategy games kind of feel like the same strategy game. Tungsten Rod seems good here. And so a nice thing about incremental games sometimes is you're playing the strategy game. You know, you have some resources and you're trying to get as much as you possibly can out of them. It's the strategy. That's just what the strategy game is. That's what it is every time you play it. But a nice thing about incremental games is that you have as little as possible between you and enjoying doing that. The more you play it, Hades cares less about the narrative and more about how efficiently well you play through whatever it throws. Oh. Hades is an incremental game. Yeah, I think you reach a point where you've played enough Hades that it starts to feel like that, maybe. But maybe that's the thing that an incremental game is. It's being able to strip away the story and mechanics of a game to a point where it just feels like the number gets bigger. Maddie in our Discord posted an excellent video essay about Celeste and how, as you play more Celeste, when you start out playing Celeste, it does a great job of pairing an emotion with what you're doing. So you go through a scary temple and you actually feel scared as the player. But as you play more and more Celeste, the emotion gets stripped out of it and you just feel focused on the puzzle because you've gotten to a point where you're no longer experiencing something as new, you already know what's happening. It's kind of interesting because we have different emotional responses to things when they are new compared to when they are things that we've gotten used to, for sure. Casey doesn't love cat girls. We need to stop idolizing him and being his friend. I don't idolize him, but I'm going to keep being his friend. Hey, monk, 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 monk. I thought Casey handled being asked what he thought of Catgirls in front of 1,000 people admirably. I think it would be very unreasonable to get on his case about that. Yeah, thank you, Rob. My denouncing chat is unreasonable. You're like playing a game of Civ and on like turn 4, you get a little dialogue. JORBS has denounced you. ManyJorbs is in the background of my leader picture. What would I denounce you for? Only Tuesday and you've already been denounced? Sorry. Denounced for backseating? Believable. You can't cut back on Catgirl. Building too close to your borders, even though our city is 800 years older than yours. So I know somebody who has done balance work for Civ. And he wasn't asked to for Civ 6. And I also know, like, who he is as a gamer, like which things he cares about and which things he notices and things like that. And when I play Civ 6, and things that he would have caught, like, clearly didn't get caught, it makes me unreasonably angry. It's one of the reasons I don't play more Civ. Because, like, he doesn't charge that much. You know? Is this like the Phoenix Point thing? Kind of. I was actually thinking about how the game doesn't clearly communicate to you what settling too close to somebody's borders even is. I feel like you would have caught that 100%, and I feel like it's just like kind of bad. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. All of the tea today. I even had some tea, but then I didn't drink it fast enough, so now it's cold. Now I have like a third of a cup of tea on my desk just looking at me. Completely undrinkable. Never been an iced tea person. Being denounced by England. True. What's the king up to? I feel like I used to hear a lot about the queen, and now that there's a king, I'm just like not hearing much at all. Embezzling and adding whiskey to things. Alright. Is that what the king is, like, generally for? Am I just, like, infinite? I'm not, but like, I'm pretty sure I'm kind of close. I don't generate energy anywhere. He has a bee farm? That is kind of cool. Good for him. I thought about getting bees. I had an entire thing, because I had a bunch of wasps, and I was like, well, that's not cool. I don't really want wasps. But then I was like, wait, now that there are wasps here, I'm thinking about it, and I could get bees. Then I was thinking about getting bees. But then I actually looked into it, and apparently wasps are pollinators native to the Pacific Northwest. And bees are not. These are the baddies here in the Pacific Northwest. Well, they're not really the baddies, but you know. Who's the invasive species now? Yeah. So then I just kept my wasps. They stung me one time all season, which was the time that I found out they existed, and then I just avoided them and they left me alone and were never a problem. And now they're gone, because they only stick around until like the beginning of fall, basically. I don't know where they went. Where'd they go? I hope they're okay. I became a lot more emotionally invested in a hive of wasps than I thought I was going to. Honeybees are the baddies. There are lots of native important bees. Oh, okay. Zephyr just used the letterbox, and he likes to sometimes tell me that he has. So he then came and meowed at me. And now he's left, and it smells like cat poop. I should not have put the cat litter close enough to my desk for me to smell it while I was at work. That was a mistake that I made when I set up my house. I don't have a single piercing oil. I think I just don't care, and I'll take the footwork. JORBS is on that poop maxing. I don't know what that means, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to know what that means. I have a tungsten rod. You can move it by moving it a few inches a day. I'm not looking forward to the like week and a half where it's behind me on camera. That is a clever idea though. I never considered that. Do not Google poop maxing. You know I wasn't going to. Give Zephyr a privacy curtain. Aww. Aww. I've decided to keep Pain, just on principle. Move the litter slowly to the toilet, then on top of it to train your cat to use the toilet. Is that how you do it? I've heard about toilet training your cat. I didn't know that was how you did it. One of the classic blues guys. Like the music genre? Light. Your childhood cat learned by watching your parents potty train your brother. That's very cute. I'm not sure that you deserve cats. I have a feeling we maybe don't. Do you remember seeing Mingus's guide on this? Wait, it was Mingus? I find that very funny. So I don't remember anything about the Ironclad run. Oh wait, it's coming back to me now. I had an infinite with Dropkick and Flash of Steel. I had Corruption and Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace was bottled. Wrong run. I was very focused on listening to Casey. Casey's very interesting. I like reading his blog posts and stuff. Air Plus seems good. Don't really know what I'm about to do here. I am assuming that the heart just kind of dies. What if that isn't true? Probably true. It seemed like very autopilot. Click on the cards that say exhaust run. I think there were a couple of moments in there where I have to think. Like Die 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 has upgraded every time. With warp tongues. Thought about upgrading in Venom. Basically a full heal. I just play in Venom. Oh, I have bullet plans. I don't know that. Alright, let's do this then. Five on lower ascension and boom shika wow wow. No! Seems like it might be a decent length act for this drop. Takes me a few turns to play my 5 apparitions, and then I kind of just win. Seems to be the vibe with this deck. To remind me to hydrate. I have 5. I have 5 containers for liquid on my desk, and one of them is empty. Thank you, feed me those nuggies. Oh yes, my 8 apparitions with Nightmare. I see what's happening. When will AI become powerful enough to be able to explain to the streamer what people in Twitch chat are saying? That'd be a use case. Dear streamer, the chatter has said these words, meaning this thing. You should respond. I guess I would like to end the fight this turn. Seems hard. The way to do it feels like it is to hit something off this reflex. Hit it once. It would have been a lot funnier if it failed. That's too bad. Would I want AI backseating me responding to chat? I would like AI to assist me in responding to chat sometimes. Like, it would be nice to have a little feed that was like, this is a subscription that you didn't respond to yet, or this was a really interesting question that you didn't respond to, or whatever. Because AI could be monitoring the things that I say to catch whether I had failed to recognize a comment. Feels like an actual relevant use case. I don't know if Artivore ever works. Would AI know what is an interesting question? It would just have to have opinions about which questions are interesting. Artivore will happen sometimes. Started telling the story, but got distracted and didn't finish it. Do I need AI to tell me that, though? That's just every time I tell a story, I think. Kind of impossible to take damage if I hold Nightmare Apparition here, I think. I think this just wins without taking damage every time. All the applications for AI boil down to the first step is to build a near fantasy level general intelligence. The second step is to use it for looking at pictures of cats. In fairness, that's also what we've done with humans, so... Why change what has worked? Imagine if this deck had one copy of Tactician. I guess I have one more card reward. Is this my moment? What? What? This number is about 4 times higher than I thought it would be. Excuse me? Okay. Drink. Ancient Potion, Speed Potion. Alright. It's a good blur. I don't think I'm playing Endless Agony. Yet. Block or just Deadly Poison? Maybe just Deadly Poison. A lot of the Tingsha damage was blocked. Unbelievable. How dare they? Feels like stopping here is okay. If I dagger throw into apparition is kind of bad. Also, I guess I want Art of War. I want to go well-laid plans, Nightmare Apparition. Look at that Art of War. Way to go, Art of War. I don't think it would do anything. 4 energy already. Oh, I think it was guaranteed to upgrade Nightmare, so I didn't actually need it. It's fine. Really enjoy this kind of deck too. Find it very satisfying to play a deck like this. A lot of apparitions. Can't really need them. Get Casey back in demand, slimed plus. I believe Casey's line was get modders to do it, which I respect. I think it's a good line. Let's get rid of this now. Dead boy detective. Thank you for the 26 months. Maybe I should have pen-nibbed finisher instead of neutralize or whatever it was I pen-nibbed. Honestly, didn't know I had a pen-nib. Don't think it matters. What has been your favorite thing this year, Twitch chat? Any sweet games? Any sweet, like, conventions or events? Fun things at work, maybe? Maybe some company secrets to share? Maybe some stock trading advice? Oddities and Curiosities Expo in October. I had a friend who went to that. Where was that? To play Spirit Island with cool nerds in Seattle. True. Got all A's in your first semester back to school 18 years after dropping out. That's really cool. Logan the Bard, that's awesome. Very cool. Well done. I hope you're having fun too. Great. Trip with your sister to Greece. Nice. The whole circuit going all over the country, but you went in Denver. Cool. Getting a flat with your girlfriend. That sounds awesome. Nearly year-long plumbing issue in the house is resolved. Awesome. Went to China to see your wife's family. For the first time in 5 years. It's really nice. Thinking about making some big life changes. Moved to a new job. Thinking of actually doing that. Got engaged for Christmas. Congratulations. That's really exciting. Hello. Say hi to everyone. Started college and got all A's except one B. Nice. That's really good. Left a toxic relationship, changed countries, finished your PhD, got a new job, and met a new wonderful person all in the last month. What? Sorry, you did all of those things in the last month? Started writing a book in November, almost done nearly 100,000 words in 2 months. Wow. Have you looked at the editing process and how to pitch to agencies and publishers and stuff like that yet. Staying on a cozy chair with your older brother's dog, planning to see lots of friends at my New Year's Eve party. Nice. Lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks. Wow. Wow. Finally started working as a dentist for yourself after dragging through dental school and a year of residency. And it's actually pretty great treating and helping patients the way you want to. Nice. Really nice. Yeah, I like my dentist. He's very friendly and makes my teeth stop hurting. I know a lot of people do not like the dentist. Hi. Hi. Who's this friendly cat? Traveled to Italy with your girlfriend to meet her family. Got the official Italian grandpa seal of approval. Congratulations. That is lovely. You wanted to get down. I don't know what to tell you. I was doing great up here with you. I guess I took a break not that long ago, but I still want to stretch my legs. And I'll be right back for the defect run. JORBS community on the up this year. You ask people to share the nice things in their life. There are often things that people are excited or happy about. This is a thing that I have found about human beings. Hey, Old Man Biff. We take those brown socks. Thanks, Bing. That's really fun. I should take an international trip. I haven't, well, I went to Canada a couple of times this year, but I should take like an overseas international trip. Or see some Central or Southern America or something. I don't know. Come to London? Maybe. That's my nice thing to share. I published a book! And it went so well. I don't know how many copies have sold or anything, but, yeah. It went super well. Can we get a cat poop smell update? Has it faded? It has faded. The litter is pretty good for handling, cat poop smell. Also, I just run the fan in that room 24/7, which also helps. Almost done with said book. Can confirm it's a good read. I did not expect the book to be received in the way it has been. And the way it has been received has been overwhelmingly pleasant and wonderful. So that's really nice. I didn't expect it to be received in a negative way. But the way that like people have read and responded to it, I get a lot of messages from people like, hey, I just finished your book and wanted to reach out and say it like was very inspiring or touching or whatever. And it keeps happening, which is like nothing that I've ever made before as a creator of content on the internet. I just don't have something that I like made 9 months ago where it's pretty normal for me to get a message about it every day kind of thing. But I'm still getting that with the book. And that's all really cool. And it started out being like, all of the reviews are really good, and I was like, well, that's just because only people in my audience are reading it, and they already are predisposed to like me and stuff, so like, of course it's getting good reviews. But then like, over the course of the year, the reviews are all still like, on aggregate, really good. Even though it's spread to people who aren't necessarily like immediate viewers of mine and stuff like that, like there are quite a few people in the world reading it now. I looked at it on Goodreads last week or something. And I noticed that there are now 66 people who say they want to read it on Goodreads. That's so many. Like, it sold some number of thousands of copies, so like 66 in terms of how many people total there are reading it is not very high, but over the course of the year, it's been like 5 people want to read this book on Goodreads or something. That's how it was, like, when it had sold 2,000 copies or something. It was still only 5 people talking about it on Goodreads or whatever. And now it seems to have actually expanded a little bit. A little bit outside of my little sphere. What's the worst review I have gotten? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure I've read negative reviews, but I can't say that I remember any of them. I guess I haven't found any of them to speak to something that I think important enough to remember them. About the audiobook, I don't know any of the numbers for the audiobook, but it has also been very well received. Would I enjoy a chat drafts defect run? Sure. Yeah. I would be down. I'd have to remember how to set that up. Do you remember how to set that up? It's like in the game directory or something, right? I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I own a warm hat, but I don't know where it is. Thank you, Asrap, for the $245 donation to support Free2Luv. Let me work out how to do this. I don't know where my mouse cursor is. Hello? Did my mouse stop working, actually? Oh, it's over there. Okay, I found it. What? Input devices were competing with each other. So I assume that in installed files, there's like a text thing that I have to enable or something, yeah? What is it? Twitch config. Is it this? Your Twitch chat OAuth token. Set to true to enable this feature. Your Twitch username, JORBS. Your Twitch chat OAuth token. Don't look. Don't look Twitch chat, it's secret. Use the following password to log in to chat. I don't know what format to write that on. Optional, the Twitch channel. The default channel name is, yeah. The number of seconds users have to vote before an option is chosen. We're gonna go with 30. I think y'all are fast enough. Alright, I have to reset the game. I assume, actually guess I didn't know that for sure, but I assume I do. Oh my god, it's busting enums right now. Alright, let's see if this works. Ascension 5 defect. I mean, it's here. Will it work, though? You don't get to choose the whale bonus, that's me. A lot of people always ask when I do this if it is you trying to kill me or not, because people are used to playing Slay the Streamer, where the objective goal is for chat to kill the streamer. And the answer is, I don't know, that's really up to you. If you want, maybe. In your opinion, we're trying to play with the streamer, says SRAB, who just donated $245 to make this happen. But do we really care what he thinks? Alright, does this work? So how it would work, if you want to skip, you type 0. If you want turbo, you type 1. If you want streamline, you type 2. And if you want rebound, you type 3. Do you have to type the hash beforehand? It looks like you might. It looks like you might need to type the pound sign beforehand for it to count. Can you get my opinion on the good card? I would have taken rebound. What if I just always say that whatever you picked was terrible? Streamline's fine. I would have taken rebound, but Streamline's fine. Alright, ready? Here comes another one. Go for the Eyes is number 1, Barrage is number 2, Recursion is number 3, and Skip is number 0. Close. Very close. Taking a Go for the Eyes. Alright. We have a Go for the Eyes and a Streamline. I don't know what I would have done then. Probably not that. I think I would have just skipped, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Alright, one more. I'm certainly not taking much damage in the fights. Streamline is number 1, Turbo is number 2, Double Energy is number 3, and Skip is number 0. Wait a second, Twitch chat. Earlier you voted for Streamline, but now you're voting for Skip. What is it? Is it a good card or not? Make up your mind. I don't think I'm ready for Twitch chat to have contextual understanding of the values of things. I believe that you as a group have gotten too powerful. Alright, I took a bunch of money so that I can go here and just click on something that will win me the run. And that way it doesn't matter. If I click on Chemex, will y'all take X cards or not? I feel like you probably would. Chemex card remove works exactly. I mean, how can you not? We just take Doom and Gloom. I suppose this is like the part of the run where I have agency, so I should think hard and make a sensible decision or something. I think I'm just gonna take Doom and Gloom in a Slime Boss act. This way, I kind of guarantee that I have the ability to kill Slime Boss somehow. Do I want a Cold Snap? I feel like my chat would take Cool Headed. I think I do anyway, though. Right. Am I allowed to remove chat picks? Yes. You gave me Streamline, and I act as though it wouldn't kill Slime Boss. I do act that way. Strange, isn't it? Alright. Bad turn 1, but okay afterwards. We have Leap is number 2, Recursion is number 3, and Skip is number 0. Hey. You didn't make me play with a reprogram in my deck yet. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I kind of just want to upgrade Apotheosis here. I think I'm going to. It's a big upgrade, and I think that's a rust. And that might also be a rust. Most people who view a stream do not chat on the stream, Red Star. That is just how it works. Don't know enough yet to vote. Do you think that's stopping the people voting for the other card, though? Alright, we got a Maw Bank. Great. I have a hallway, treasure, campfire, hallway, elite, campfire, elite, campfire, and then slime boss. I just realized you can mouse over and see what the deck is and stuff now, right? Last time I did this, people couldn't do that, and so people were having to, like, remember. Anyway, Hello World Storm Reinforced Body. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and Skip is number 0. I did not take a Chemex. but we are taking reinforced body anyway. That seems reasonable. It is a good block card. Generally speaking, one thing I don't like saying what I would do as we play the run, because I feel like it influences what people vote for later. Which I don't want to do. I think with Apotheosis, it is less important to take a card like Reinforced Body because we already have defend pluses that are good. But I would like you to take the cards that you think are good. You don't. Like, please. Please do. Alright, here we go. Aggregate is number 1, FTL is number 2, Barrage number 3, or Skip is number 0. It's interesting to see what I would pick. Yes, but it's like measuring the position and speed of an electron or something. We can't do both. I could do it post facto. And FDL also. Nunchaku. I mean, it'll happen sometimes. Seems slightly better than Blue Key. Maybe not much better. I'm just gonna rest here. I think it's the safer play than upgrading. And it's unclear that upgrading even does anything because I don't have a particularly good upgrade available to me. Or I want to maximize Nunchaku by not playing Streamline. You wonder if chat would take Claw. Please note that the deck has no card draw in it. Hyper Beam is number 1, Heatsinks is number 2, Blizzard is number 3, and Skip is number 0. We did take an FTL, you are right. It is true. This is really close. If you vote, and then you change your vote, does it work? I never see the number of votes for card go down, which implies to me that it doesn't work. Because I'd assume that sometimes I would see that. Because that's like... I'm thinking about the voting method. Like, if you are a Heatsinks voter there and then you realize your candidate isn't going to win, can you switch to try to get your, like, second best option? I don't know if you can or not. I think I get to play Defend Plus. I don't know if I want a weak potion or not. It's for 5 health. I guess that's okay. We need a ranked choice of voting. Maybe we do. This is fine. When we win this turn. Blood Vial. Our options are Claw is number 1, Tempest is number 2, Go for the Eyes is number 3, and Skip is number 0. Somebody subbed to the channel about 150 chat messages ago. Will I go look up who that was? And so, whoever that was, can you just type in chat? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'm a good streamer. I'm just filling up my drink. How surprised am I that we took Claw? I wouldn't have done it myself. Am I surprised that you did it? Not really. Can you make a list of everyone who voted skip so you don't have to ban everyone manually? Gosh. Lucky Ration. Thanks for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Ration? I don't know. I'm gonna upgrade Zap in case we got a compile driver. Did you just actually ban Bureau? Please don't ban the channel's good viewers. No spoons left, only knives. Thanks for the 2 years. I appreciate it. I don't even know how to undo that on my... Sorry, Darrell. Maybe enjoying leveling up new accounts. Singular. And yes. Has been fun. You are not generally at risk of getting banned. It is not generally a thing that's going to happen. DRL literally wrote in chat, please ban me, you won't. If you do that, you might get banned, apparently. There's spoons left, only knives. Thanks for the $15 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. We got a data disk. Start each combat with 1 focus. And our options are Barrage, Recursion, and Reinforced Body, or Skip. Reinforced Body saved HP. Nice. Oh, this time we don't want Reinforced Body. See, this is why I don't like saying the things, because now I feel like you're all paying attention, and now we're not getting to draft the deck you would have drafted. I don't know, maybe people just wanted 1 good block card, and they don't want a second one. You gotta stick with your principles more, chat. You want to upgrade dual cast, maybe? I don't know, it's not exciting to me. Reinforced Body's an okay upgrade. Go for the Eyes feels okay, but it's not very good against Slime Boss. This one. It's illegal to have 2 of the same card. Oh, is this a singleton run? I didn't know. My bad. It's going to make our claw deck worse. Or better, actually, I guess. Now that I've thought about it for another second. Mr. Wolfheart, thanks for the $10 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. And Fight Club, thanks for the Prime. Wait. I guess I did that wrong, actually. I meant to stack Nunchaku more. Alright, rare card. This is important. Echo form number 1, biased cognition number 2, machine learning number 3, skip number 0. This is always exciting to me because sometimes I don't know what you're gonna pick. Hey, it looks like I was right to not feel confident about what you're gonna pick. Oh, no. We are strongly in the echo form camp. Huh. Like, very strongly. Okay. I think that was a really easy bias cog. I think taking echo form there is terrible. But, you know, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Echo form plays claw twice. That's fair. I do not think echo form is a fun card compared to bias cog, but to each their own. So you get to vote for the boss relic here. I don't actually choose the boss relic, you do. So when I click on this chest, you're going to get a new voting interface. It'll be very similar to the card voting interfaces, and you will vote for it. Here we go. Number 1 is Cursed Key. Energy at the start of each turn whenever you open a non-boss chest, obtain a curse. Number 2 is Fusion Hammer. Gain energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer smith at rest sites. Number 3 is Runic Dome. Gain energy at the start of your turn. You can no longer see enemy attempts. You can also skip. Number 0, which has so far been selected by 4 people. Thank you so much for helping me to win the run. We got a Fusion Hammer, which makes a lot of sense because we have an Apotheosis. Well done. We also have 420 gold. I like the left side because it has a shop on it. Also has the Super Elite on it. We could maybe fight the Super Elite. Seems plausible. Gosh, I wish I had a biased con. It's okay. Echo form is in play on turn 1. It's probably good. Is it good? I don't really just want a double reinforced body. This was not a bad turn. Cat picked Echo Form because it is bottled. Okay. I didn't know that about it when I was questioning the decision. Next card! We have a Heatsinks Plus, number 1, a Compile Driver, number 2, a Recursion, number 3, or a Skip, number 0. Compile Driver it is. I like Compile Driver. What's not to like about Compile Driver? Alright. Moving on. Chaku is proccing this turn. That's kind of awkward. Where is Bottled Echo Form? I don't know. Where is Bottled Echo Form? Why are you asking me? Ow. Unpinned message about Casey. That seems like a thing for a moderator to do. any moderators are around. And checkers at 9. Beautiful. New potion. We'll wait and see what card we get. Tempest is number 1. Alter is number 2, and Blizzard is number 3. You can also skip with a number 0. Ooh. We do not like these cards. I do not think I would have taken any of these cards either. I'm certain, in fact, that I wouldn't have. I guess Distilled Chaos. Distilled Chaos is a bit better with Reinforced Body and Echo Form in the deck. FTL matters. I guess it didn't actually. I could have just played Doom and Gloom, huh? Is that like lethal? 18 plus 26. Not quite. Did I not pick Chemex because I did not want us to pick all the X-Cost cards? I just didn't think it was right. I've actually just been trying to play well, believe it or not. Well, use this one. Okay. Well, might be slightly better to use. I could have gotten another Nunchaku charge, but I didn't. Number 1 is Hologram. Number 2 is Rebound. Number 3 is Barrage Plus. And number 0 is Skip. You say play well, and yet you won't echo Claw. May I remind you that echoing it doubles its scaling. I think it's too bad that there isn't a character with Ritual Dagger just in their card pool, because I feel like Ritual Dagger is a really fun card. I guess you can get it from events, though. Transform 2? I love transforming 2. I think it's one of each. I don't know, Defend Plus is okay. Yeah, Defend Plus is okay. Hello World and Multicast were the cards we just got. I have a Doom and Gloom for Necronomicon. The other ones are just pretty good. Nilries, okay. Chemex would have been good. Do I just skip every time? It feels cheating. Feels like cheating. Take cards from Nilries. I trust it. Stacks predicted here. Nice, easy. Feels like chat is into greed and somewhat misjudges strong front-loaded things, but you don't even play this game. That's a great way to end that comment. Have electrodynamics in play? I guess it's better to do it like this. This way, Nunchaku. It's up to 9. Super Elite down! We got an ink bottle and a fear potion. And we can choose between recursion number 1, melter plus number 2, and genetic algorithm number 3. Skipping is number 0. Oh my gosh. Everybody is here for genetic algorithm. But it only makes 1 block. It costs 1 and makes 1 block. How can that card be good? Feels like a scene in Rudy or something. Everyone is here to tell genetic algorithm that they believe in it. This one first. It's because it exhausts. We're playing an exhaust synergy deck. I didn't know. Fair enough. Oh no. I have a hologram though. It's okay. I guess really I want to double play it with Echo Farm Imply, huh? We can do that. Yeah, we can actually do that. That's fine. Norries feels a bit out of the spirit of the challenge. I promise you that Norries is not powerful enough to compensate for all of the decisions it is possible for one to make. Also have an apotheosis, so I don't even want cards from them. They aren't upgraded. Oh, it's dead, I guess. Alright, next card. We have a recursion, number 1, a sweeping beam, number 2, a cold snap, number 3, or a skip, number 0. Gain 0 block? Yeah, that card won the vote by like 90% or something. Less certainty in this one. A lower vote turnout. Maybe just not enough getting the voters riled up. Maybe people didn't feel that invested in that choice. Not going to let chat choose every Nilry's card. Correct. I am not going to do that. That sounds unenjoyable. I didn't click on Reinforced Body fast enough to stack Ink Bottle more. Recursion, number 1. Sweeping Beam, number 2. Hologram, number 3. Skip, number 0. Ooh, this is close. This is very close. Every vote counts. Every vote. Every vote. Every vote counts. Happy Flower seems good. Masane, thanks for the 4 months. Time to break Mawbag. Mawbag was first relic. How much? 240 gold. Wow. I Echo Form bottle? That seemed really good. What else? Hard remove. Anything else? I got duplication potion to try to get more focus. Don't have a defragment yet though. Take a hologram. I think I'm good. A panic button. Could take a panic button. I think I'm good. Kind of have to rest. I could recall resting. Buying a hollow after we just skipped it would be funny. I thought about buying a hollow there. I had honestly forgotten that you skipped it. Alright. Our turn 1 seems to involve us taking a lot of damage. Not sure what to make of that. Would you like strategic discussion or not? Because I have strategic comments that I could make about this sort of deck. Of course, always. What about the integrity of the elections? Isn't it just our turn 1 sucks? It's our turn 1 sucks, and therefore Claw isn't a good card. Let's add a card to the deck. We've got Darkness number 1, Fusion plus number 2, Cool-Headed number 3. And Skip is number 0. I have successfully taught my Twitch community that Cool-Headed is strong. I'm so proud of me. Alright, that'll help a bit. I think I'm okay with skipping that. Especially since apparitions are so strong. Oh no. 20 health? Oh no. What do y'all think? I think we can do it. I believe! Oh, it's slavers. I have a lot of potions. I have a lot of potions. Looks like all for 1 to me. Maybe Claw will save us here, actually. I haven't done the math. I don't think it's actually enough. It's 7. 22. Hmm. 6, 7, 8, 9. Nunchaku's not quite going either. So. I think it's... If I play Echo Form and defend, I'm not dead, even if it misses. Right? I could do this. Yes! Alright, we should be fine. No claw is flaw. That was all claw? I was wrong to question you. And no other card could have saved us there. Maybe. Think about Nunchaku and stuff. Okay, a tungsten rod helps a bit with our turn 1 maybe. Yeah, multicast is number 1, turbo is number 2, cool-headed is number 3, and skip is number 0. Another cool-headed. Very nice. I have no potions. Rest seems like a good choice. I do get to play Echo Form turn 1 here. And then I get to Apotheosis as well. Cool-headed, I guess. We've saved the claw clip for future reference. Very good. There it goes again. Already 5 damage. Oh. Is it worth it to try to hold this until the next time I draw it? I kind of don't think so. It was a bit slow. Barrage! So much damage. I don't think I actually want it. Vision, Storm, Cold Snap. I don't think so. I think we get to play Act 3. That was a scary turn 1 against the Slavers, right? But I think we survived it. A claw deck? Certainly is. Kind of. Alright, I think a break and run to the bathroom, but let's do the card reward and relic reward first. Add a card to your deck! Electrodynamics is number 1. Multicast is number 2. Meteor Strike is number 3. And Skip is number 0. I wonder if Meteor Strike had the better art enabled, if it would be doing better in the voting. I think this is an instructive one. Meteor Strike is much stronger than Electrodynamics here. I think I would still take Meteor Strike at Ascension 20, but it would be closer. This deck doesn't get that much out of Electrodynamics. We have a Doom and Gloom and a Bottled Echo form. So in the AoE fights, we just play our Doom and Gloom twice and win. So Electrodynamics just kind of doesn't do anything. On the other hand, we already have 4 energy plus a Happy Flower, and we're likely to be able to get a 5th energy. And Meteor Strike is just like an insta win with Cool Headeds. So in terms of what we can do against the boss fights and stuff like that, Meteor Strike is very, very strong. Alright. And the boss relic reward in the chest. Chum. Number 1 is Astrolabe. Number 2 is Black Star. Number 3 is Snecko Eye. Number 0 is Skip. Votes for all of them. Ooh, this is so close. People decided more and more on Astrolabe as the voting continued. Alright, let's see what we get. Would it offend you deeply if every single... every card I transformed was a card that you picked? Conveying that I believe they are worse than basic defend. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, So I'm gonna get rid of Hello World for sure. And that was not a thing you picked. That was a transform. I am also going to get rid of Streamline for sure. And I think Streamline was fine until we picked Electrodynamics, at which point I just don't think we need Streamline if we have Electrodynamics. I do think the next worst card in the deck is Claw. But it's not egregiously offensive to me, so I guess I could take a Defend Transform instead. We'll take a Defend Transform. One thing that Claw at least does is scale. It might matter against Giant Head or something, I don't know. You got a Seek Plus, a Charge Battery Plus, and a Bullseye Plus. Seek Plus is a pretty good card. Although Echo Form's already in our opener. So it finds Apotheosis, and it finds Genetic Algorithm. It finds Electrodynamics. It's just a pretty good card. I mean, Seek is always gonna be a pretty good card. Unless you're in a very strange situation. Left side looks better than right side to me. Ow. Wasn't so bad. What was I gonna note? I was gonna note something. Oh, with Seek Plus, it becomes more important to add an energy card to our deck. Because you can think of Seek as like looking through a toolbox of cards, and we won't always want more energy, but we will sometimes want more energy. That is basically building a reasonable deck. I trained you too well. When I did a lot of this on my channel a long time ago, we would have factions of people who were intentionally trying to tank the run. I feel like everyone's become too serious about winning in this community. We got a Turbo at number 1, Turbo Plus. Steam Barrier at number 2, Defragment at number 3, and a Skip at number 0. Hey, Blueski. Thank you. And we have a guest. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
We are joined by Modda, Trackmania Pro Extraordinaire. How's life? It's been a long time.
Happy time zone, everyone, first of all. Yeah, life is pretty good. I had a lovely Christmas. Hope yours went well as well.
Yeah, it was nice. We raised some money. Made some good Slay the Spire. One of the fun things that I did this year was playing that Trackmania Rivals event with you. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Some of you would have missed it, but I was in Trackmania Rivals. They partnered a pro up with a casual variety streamer type of person. I'm not really a variety streamer, but I mean, they picked me, I guess. And I got to lose at Trackmania to Carl Jr., which I think is really cool. Not many people can say that they've done that.
Especially not variety streamers.
Yeah.
A lot of the pros can say that.
I suppose so. Yeah, it was a really good time.
I'm back in Australia now. I got back a month ago.
So one thing that we talked about during that event was that it would be fun to try playing some Slay the Spire together, and now we're here. Although, I don't know how much focus is going to really be on the game. Wait, why did chat draft just... Oh, it's another... Okay, sorry.
If I've been watching a little bit, and if I understand correct, there's 20 acts in the story, or in your profile.
20 ascensions.
Oh, ascensions.
Difficulty
yeah,
levels. Yeah.
Alright.
And we are at 5. So I made a new profile to start leveling it up for the new year. There wasn't really any particular reason to do that, because usually I would just play at max difficulty every time. But I thought it would be fun to start from scratch. It's been going well and interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like the Trekmania campaign. Like, you play a lot of very easy treks at the start, kind of thing. Maybe that comparison works. I don't actually know.
Yeah, they have an unlock system, so you need all bronze medals to unlock the... Like, so you play the white tracks, which are the first 5, and you need bronze medals to unlock the green ones. And then from the green ones, you need silver medals to unlock the blue ones, and then you need gold medals, I think, to unlock the red ones or something like that.
Yeah, so basically I'm driving a green track right now, as somebody who usually plays, like, on the... What's the Grand League called? The Trekmania Grand League? Is that just what it's called?
Yeah,
The super hard tracks?
Grand League, that's correct.
Our tier deck. So we are letting chat vote. This was a goal. For every $5,000 raised, I will let the viewers vote for cards or one run, and they're doing pretty well.
Does it count if I shout at my monitor, or do I have to actually type?
You can shout at your monitor. Maybe mute
All
your
right.
microphone.
Run! Did it work?
No, I don't think so. So, the goal of the week is partially to raise money for Free2Luv, which is an awesome charity which funds art programs for youth, teaches people to love and accept themselves and love and accept the people around them. But also, it's just to kind of celebrate the year and talk with cool people about cool things that we have done in gaming and online communities throughout the year. So I would love to hear about... You've done some international, at least one international trip, long trip.
Yeah,
some tournaments.
I went to Lille in France for an event called Ascension, hosted by Zerator. That was awesome. Playing in front of a crowd of 5,000 people or something like that.
Live audience too.
People.
That's not like for the stream, right? Like it was in a stadium.
Yeah, it was in an arena, at the Les Unis Arena in Lille. It was really cool. Got to meet a lot of fans there as well. Got to meet more players. Yeah, it's just an awesome vibe. And then later, like in November, the original reason I went for the trip, went to the Trekmania World Championship, which was in Montpellier. There wasn't a crowd there, but the studio was awesome. And I had a lot of fun there. Got to meet my teammate for the first time as well.
Does it feel different to play a Trekmania event on LAN? Like,
absolutely, because you're playing on a different PC, different screen. You're playing on a different chair, different environment. Yeah, it's completely different experience. But the PCs that we had at the World Championship were phenomenal. They had like 4090s, 13 900Ks, and they were full stacked, and 360 hertz monitors. Like, damn.
I don't even know they had 4090s yet. I have a 4080 and I consider that impressive. I guess they were released at the same time, probably, huh?
4090 was actually the first one to release.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Trekmania doesn't feel like it would require the best graphics card in existence, but I'm sure
it's more for frame rate than
yeah, maybe that does actually matter.
Yeah, it matters a lot for the frame rate. Because the game moves so quickly and you need quick reaction times. So, yeah, you need a good monitor, a good graphics card if you want to play well.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Maybe that's why we lost, because my computer wasn't on a 4090.
Hey, I don't have a 4090 either. It's too expensive. I almost bought one when I got my new PC, but I'm like, nah, I can't justify it.
So that must, when talking about cross-platform play for Trackmania, because that came out this year, right? Like console support?
Yeah, it did actually. I think it was earlier in the year. Yeah,
I guess that's
correct.
a little bit of a thing then. Was I playing with a wheel? I play Trackmania with a controller. I actually own a wheel. From a... card choice, by the way. Charge battery, fusion plus, chaos plus, or skip. I own a wheel from a sponsorship I did. Every now and then, people will reach out with a sponsorship, and they're like, we will pay you to show off this product, and we will send it to you, and... often it's like a fairly expensive product, and you just get it for free if you do the sponsorship, and sometimes I will say yes. And so I have like a couple of consoles that I never use, and a gaming wheel that I never use, and... what do we take, by the way? Fusion. Okay.
That'll all change when you start playing chess. The new meta, playing chess with a wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They'll never expect it.
Well, now they will. You gave it away. Keep that on the down low, please. I have been playing chess a little bit on my phone, actually, which is... that's a gaming device I hadn't used much before this year. I don't think I would play anything else on my phone, but chess has been working okay.
My dad loves chess. He's been playing it since he was a child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Played as a kid, and then it wasn't so much that I lost interest as that I moved. I moved from New Zealand to the US when I was, well, 12, 11, 12, something like that. And so I like had all my friends in New Zealand who I used to play with, and then I didn't anymore. So I picked up Magic the Gathering instead. And now I'm a strategy gamer.
Fair enough.
It's my entire gaming story in very few words. What was your favorite thing about your trip to Europe?
My favorite thing?
Yeah.
That is a very good question. I think just meeting all the fans, to be honest. That was probably the highlight of the trip. Meeting my teammate and meeting the fans.
Trackmania tends to have a mostly European player base, is that right? Or it's like biggest in Europe? Out of all
Actually, the US
spots?
has the most players at the moment.
Oh, okay. But that's not
Yeah.
represented in the pro scene, right? The pro scene tends to
No,
be
no,
more...
that's just registered players.
Mhm. What does that say about Americans?
Well, it's only well, the European player base has been playing for like 5+ years,
Okay.
and
it's
the
relatively
US
new
player
here.
base is very new, like the last couple of years. So let them cook. Give them like a few years.
Yeah.
We'll see the talents come through.
Do you know why it exploded in the US recently?
Because of very clever marketing by former employee of Nadeo.
Tell me more.
You know Phoebe? Hangs out in my stream. She used to work for.
What's
Nadeo.
Phoebe's username?
Miss Please.
Phoebe said hi to me last night. So kind
Yes.
of.
Yeah, but she worked at Nadeo for 3 years, and one of the things that she did for a long, long time was connect with North American and Oceanic people who played the game and like brought them together, and then they started more and more of them just started building, and then yeah, the player base just grew from there.
Cool.
Yeah. There were obviously other factors involved, but yeah, that was one of them. One of the ones that got it started.
Ah.
I think YouTube was the next one as well, like just more North American being exposed to the YouTube content,
Mm-hmm.
and then be like, wow, I want to try this game, and then here they are.
I am a virtual viewer. I'm also a Moda viewer. Got really into Track of the Day. That was the first thing that really got me into Trackmania as a viewer. Was I loved seeing, like, it's not all of the best pros playing Track of the Day every day, but it's a lot of really good players. And then you'll get their upload to YouTube, and so you can compare the learning process of different people who are incredibly good at the game. That was always just really interesting to me as somebody who cares about strategy games, because there's so much strategy in Cup of the Day, Trek of the Day, like whether you want to play round safe or risk a lot, and how you want to spend your time to learn the track, and whether you want to go for a cut or not, and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk management and just competition in general, not exclusive to knockout.
Mhm.
Yeah, just competitive in general, and even sometimes time attack. You can strategize. Well, at least I do. I strategize how I want to improve. So I don't always implement all the fastest strategies straight away. I gradually get the time down, and then I implement more stuff over time. So some tracks, just to make it more fun to play, easier to get runs going, I'll sacrifice a little bit at the start, and then implement it as the time gets better and better.
Huh. By time attack, do you mean like hunting for world records?
Yeah, well, just playing a map and
Sure.
you just have the timer and you're not playing against anyone else. Yeah.
I was wondering that because last night I was watching you hunting for a campaign world record, and
Yeah, map 24.
you have a lot of patience.
I enjoy playing that map though, so I don't care. But
I have never played that map before, and I'm pretty sure I know every corner on it because I watched you go through them over and over again, and I learned every way that every corner can go wrong as well. Because I saw the corners all going wrong that way multiple times.
yeah, the map I was playing was like it's so optimized that any small error, it's just you runs over if you're trying to improve. But I just finish the run anyway if it's a good one.
Yeah.
It's always satisfying.
Some of that I imagine is satisfaction, and probably some of it is like you want to know how to finish the run out, or when the things do go right at the start, you want to have actually practiced finishing the run from there. Chat, did you just take Claw over? Okay.
Everyone wants the claw.
Okay, chat.
They're like the aliens from Toy Story. They're just fascinated by the claw.
The claw.
The claw.
I should put your name up on stream.
That'd be a really cool emote to have in the chat, actually. Just the alien from Toy Story when the claw comes in.
Are you
Just pointing.
Muda_TM? Is that right? Like
Yes.
Twitch username? Okay. So I have enjoyed Time Attack and Trackmania in terms of searching for author medals. And I don't think I've thought that much about how to do it right. And now I'm thinking about it, now that you've pointed out that something you can do is think about how to do it right.
But that doesn't just apply to Time Attack. That's just progress in general.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's just how progress works in everything you do. You just implement more and more difficulty over time.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
wondering
like
if that's what I
success
do.
is a series of small wins.
For some reason, I don't feel like that's how I do it. But it's so warped for me because I've been playing games like Slay the Spire for 20 years or something. Not Slay the Spire itself, but games like Slay the Spire.
Strategy type games, yeah.
Yeah. And there's just a lot of overlap in games like this always. And so when I sit down to play a new game like this, I'm bringing in a lot of expertise to begin with. And so I think I start thinking about like what is the exact perfect line and can I execute it quite quickly. I don't have the same... I don't even know how to describe it, like picking it up from scratch and implementing things one at a time that I used to. Huh.
Yeah, that's because you have 20 years experience, though.
Yeah,
You just know what to
exactly.
do.
Exactly.
So you're already way, way up the progression.
Yeah.
What would you say is like the thing or the message you want to spread the most when you stream, or just as a creator and influencer? What's like the #1 message you want to spread to your audience?
I try to make things which I find really interesting and compelling that are a bit too complicated and difficult for someone to pick up without having spent like several hundred hours learning them. I try to make things like that approachable and interesting. So I think a game like Slay the Spire is incredibly deep and compelling, but I also know that if you're not going to spend a long time learning everything about it, it's really hard to see that in the game and get everything out of it. And so I try to make a lot of content that lets someone come home from work and watch a video for an hour at night and understand the sorts of things that I'm thinking about as I'm playing the game. That is my vibe. That's my goal.
Alright, so make something that seems very complicated seem like more approachable, easier to understand.
Yeah. I think a lot of content creators have that sort of approach. Sometimes people are very good at it to a point that people start to actually think something is just easy to do, which is interesting, because then, like, sometimes I will watch other content creators who do the same sort of thing, right? And it'll be like, oh wow, this thing that they're doing doesn't look that hard at all. I'll have to install the game and try. And my favorite story from learning Trackmania was I was learning a track that was like a slightly angular dirt downhill to the first checkpoint, and then a dirt chicane, and then an easy left-hand dirt turn to the finish. It was like an early map in a campaign, and I couldn't get the author medal because I kept dropping the gear, and the chicane was like what I thought was going on. And I was like, this map is extremely basic. The first part to the first checkpoint is straightforward and easy. The part at the end where it's a left-hand dirt turn, like all I'm doing is accelerating and pressing left. All I care about is the chicane. I can just look at the world record and just copy what the world record does for the chicane, and I'll have the author medal. So I loaded up the world record, and I was 2 car lengths behind at the first checkpoint after, as far as I could tell, driving a straight line. Because of all of the like gear management and like stuff like that as you went through the downhill. And I was just like, wow, this game is so much harder than I realized.
That's one way to curb your ego.
Yeah, 100%. But that's some of the beauty of that sort of content, is that you get to think about the things someone who is really good at the game is thinking about without actually having to be very good at the game. I watch chess as well for the same sort of reason.
I think the number one message I want to spread to my audience is that whatever hobby you're doing, anything that's not, essential to your survival, make sure you're having fun. If you're not having fun, take a break. I think that's the number one message I want to send to the audience.
That is a very important message.
One of the most underappreciated, because a lot of us are over consumers of content, like certain types of content, and so as you keep consuming the content, your expectations get higher and higher and higher and higher, and then you just become miserable. So if you take a break, you reset those expectations, and then you can enjoy it again.
What's your best taking a break strategy?
Hold yourself accountable. It's not easy, but it's the best. It's like, all right, I'm not enjoying this. I need to take a break.
What other hobbies do you have when you are not being a Trackmania pro?
I love playing puzzle games.
Okay.
I am recently a Spire solitaire addict, and I've played many puzzle games. I think I spend 40 minutes doing daily puzzles on various different games.
Have you played Peter's Parabox? Is that what that game is called?
Don't think so, but what's it about? Oh, someone asked if I love cat girls. No.
Patrick's
I
Parabox.
enjoy real human beings.
What do we think? That's going to cause some animosity toward you in the chat, but that's okay. My channel has a large cat girl fan contingent.
That's fine, because you know what they say, bad publicity is still publicity, am I right?
All right, we are talking about the cat girls. Yep, makes sense.
Oh no! Don't tell everyone that I don't like cat girls, and then tell them what my name is so that they can click on it and tell me that I'm bad for not liking cat girls. Oh no, that would be a disaster.
I don't know. I've reached a point where I genuinely don't want some people watching my channel. Which was a fascinating moment in my streaming career. My channel really blew up with Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire got very popular, and I went from like streaming to 500 people at a time to streaming to 3,000 people at a time pretty quickly, and that was not that enjoyable. That's a lot of people, and they were like yelling at me a lot. I mean, they weren't, but that's kind of how it felt as someone who is used to streaming to a pretty chill, thoughtful community.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It does make a difference. Like, there's certain content on Trackmania where the viewership doubles or triples compared to normal. And yeah, it can get overwhelming very quick.
Yeah. Is that like the challenge maps? You're pretty well known for doing the challenge maps, yeah?
Well, the Wampus is one of them.
Uh-huh.
But that one's pretty tame compared to the others. Yeah. But yeah, I always appreciate that when the majority of the viewer base is lurkers and just a few chatters.
I have been a lurker in your stream before. It is a very chill place to lurk. One of the cool things about watching someone try to get a world record on a track... Okay, you already had the world record on Deep here, right? But you were trying to get an improvement. How many hours did you spend on that? 600 or something?
Deep Fear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent 800 hours in 2.5 years.
800 hours in 2.5 years.
Greatest accomplishment challenge I ever faced in Trackmania.
Yep. And one of the great things about lurking in someone's channel as they're trying to achieve something, which they've been trying to achieve for the last 2.5 years, is you don't really have to worry about like missing what's happening. Like, you know what's happening. If you go to change the laundry or whatever and then come back, you're going to be right back in the action immediately. Every now and then, I get to be there for a new world record or something like that, and that's very hype, but it's almost a negative thing because it means that the person I've been watching is going to change to playing a different track probably, and I got really used to this one.
Ugh.
That's good though. That is one of the issues with content, is people expecting you to just keep on making the same thing that you made like once 3 years ago that they liked, and then that's like your purpose in their life now. To keep making that thing for them over and over again.
I don't run into that issue, actually.
That's good.
At all.
That's good. I think it's a thing for YouTube creators a lot. Like, I imagine Virtual probably gets it with his video essays. Like, he has made the same Trackmania video essay intro like 50 times now, because every single one of those videos intros exactly the same way. And it's wonderful. But I just imagine that he's probably losing his mind a little bit.
But that caliber of content is so much work. Like, but on top of him streaming, it's just too much. So I understand why he doesn't make more or like bigger variety. But he just focuses on streaming and he seems to be happy with it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate the effort that goes into those documentaries.
As somebody... One of the things that I tried doing when I was starting out as a content creator was reviewing another streamer's series of streams, basically. So another streamer was playing a series of XCOM, and I really liked watching it, and I thought it would be fun, like, kind of just for me. I wasn't even a full-time streamer at the time, but just for me, I wanted to just kind of, like, make like a 10-minute review of his last big XCOM stream. Because XCOM's a game where an XCOM run can last 150 hours, and so if you missed last week, and then you sit down to watch, it's kind of like, well, what is happening? I have no idea. And we're like 80 hours into the run right now. Or if someone new wants to come and watch and it's 110 hours in, they just have no idea what's going on. So I was like, what if I boiled 6 hours worth of stream into 10 minutes every week so that someone could get a quick recap? And those videos took me an hour per minute if I was doing a bad job. So it was 10 hours for a 10-minute video, like a bad one. And if I tried to do a good job, it was more like 20 hours for a 10-minute video. It is ludicrous how hard that is.
Now it makes you understand why there's so many names in the credits of movies. Because it just takes that much time and effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to recommend a puzzle game to someone out of your puzzle games you've played this year, what would be your recommendation?
What would be my recommendation? Well, I don't know. I have to think about that for a minute.
One of the nice things about making content where you're spending 20 hours for 10 minutes of content, is you will still remember doing it. Like, that was 6 years ago or something, maybe? And I still remember parts of it, like, very fondly. I hired a polka band to record a cover of La Vida Loca for me for that.
Wait, what? Say, I didn't quite catch that.
I hired a polka band to record a cover of La Vida Loca. They didn't like do a full thing, but I commissioned an original cover of La Vida Loca that was about 30 to 40 seconds long for that series, which still lives rent-free in my head. I dressed up as a wizard and went to the zoo. That was a lot of fun.
Wait, you recorded yourself at the zoo dressed as a wizard?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds awesome.
It was awesome. It was a great time. I went and stared at a goat.
Did anyone with a... Did any really tall, big person with a big beard say, "You're a wizard, Harry"?
No. I don't believe
Damn,
so.
unlucky.
Does it still live on the internet? Yeah! JORBS Reviews Beagle Rush XCOM is the series. Some of it is not my best content by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just letting you know, I was experimenting and doing it for fun. But some of the episodes are pretty good. There are some decent jokes in there.
Oh, speaking of jokes, pick a number between 1 and 800.
Yep.
That's not a number.
How consistently does that work? Useless.
Oh, you turn the tables. You're backseating chat now. We're changing the narrative.
I think that it's front seating if I do it. That's my first observation. I am guilty.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, would it just be called front seating?
Do you have one of the gamer chairs? You don't, right?
I do, but it's not a very good one. It's actually like... I need to get a new one soon.
I don't think any of them are good ones. I was talking to my friend the other day about how many people want a fancy gaming chair with the back and the logo, secret labs, stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure if you know the right people, there are a lot of streamers who just have like 4 of those and don't want any of them. They're not that comfortable. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Oh, because we're talking about seating. Yeah, that's right. Of course, Trackmania player is rocking racing gaming chair. I don't know. Do you think a good gaming chair would make you drive faster?
I think an office chair will make you drive faster because it's significantly more comfortable.
Yeah.
But it's also a lot more expensive.
I have a Herman Miller Aeron, which I bought, 13 years ago when I was a poker player. And it was a very good choice.
So you would recommend?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
It is, like, it still feels like new, I think. But honestly, I've had it for so long that, like, do chairs age? Because this one doesn't. I don't know. Like, is that just a thing that, like, no chair ages? I age. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes my back is a little bit more sore than it used to be, but I don't think that's the chair's fault. I think that's the 13 years. What is the future of Trackmania esports? Do you know?
We don't know right now. At least tier 1 esports, we don't know because Ubisoft had a terrible financial year, so as a result, esports is no longer being done by Nadeo because they had to cut funds. But they will, if a third party wants to take over the World Tour, they can and they'll support it. And those resources there were with the esports before, they'll just allocate to developing the game.
Ubisoft is the publisher of Trackmania?
Yes, Nadeo is the developer, Ubisoft is the publisher.
Why was Ubisoft's year bad?
They were just red across the board, like 25-30%.
Woof.
Yeah, they had a rough year.
Oh. The economy of the gaming market or whatever is so fascinating to me. Because I feel like games have done really well this year, but then there are tons of layoffs and tons of things getting pulled back. What's up? I don't know.
I'm impressed with how Nadeo has actually performed, given their resources. They've actually done really well, especially with the game that's in quite a niche category. Hmm?
So this round, like I said, chat has been choosing the cards for me, right?
Yes.
But you
They're
can
voting.
remove cards from your deck and slay the Spire sometimes. And basically,
Oh, is that what the X means?
maybe. I don't
No,
know which
wait.
X it is.
Oh, the X on the card. No, that
that
means
just
something
means
else.
I'm playing it for every energy that I have. It's playing another time.
Okay.
So, every time that I've had the opportunity to remove a card, I've removed one of the cards that chat picked, basically. It's kind of getting a bit hostile in here.
That's the way it should be done.
I agree.
Yeah. What is it that sass is like, especially if it's like kind of uncalled for, is a true sign of camaraderie.
There you go, chat. It means I like you. That's a good way to think about it. Not sure how accurate it is.
Because you're not going to be sassy towards someone you just met. Or someone you don't like. Well, some people do. But most people would just rather not interact. So if someone's sassy towards you, especially consistently, you know, food for thought.
I think that's an excellent point. It's unreasonable of you to hold this against me, chap. In fairness, a few of the cards chat picked were very bad. Yeah. It's fine.
Wow, chat picked the wrong one. I'm shocked.
It's fine. We've all been learning together. Oh my god. Come on. It's back again.
love the claw.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They absolutely adore it. You might as well, like, just have the alien mode at this point, the Toy Story alien, because they just worship the claw.
The Claw. It was a good movie. Toy Story. Whatever happened to that series? Was that Tim Allen? There's no way. Wait, was it? I think it was.
I remember it ending at Toy Story 3. I don't think that was just a good ending.
Mm.
Was there another one?
There doesn't have to have been.
I really hope there wasn't.
Tim Allen and Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks was Woody and Tim Allen was Buzz. Is this real? I mean, that's kind of a star-studded cast.
Wait, Toy Story 4? Oh, there is one. Oh, I gotta watch that.
It's very embarrassing to me that I remembered Tim Allen and not Tom Hanks. Because, let's not get into it. Ow? Tom Hanks raised Chet Hanks. Do we not like Chet Hanks?
Do
Chet?
people
Chet?
remember Tom Hanks as Forrest Gump?
Yes.
Yeah, that's his thing.
He was excellent as Forrest Gump. This has become actually kind of a close fight. I don't think that's my fault. Do you watch a lot of puzzle stuff as well as playing the puzzle games? Like, I really like Cracking the Cryptic, for example. They do puzzle Sudoku stuff.
Weirdly enough, no. I'm a casual consumer of puzzle games, even though I play them all the time. I just prefer playing them rather than watching them. I love watching speedruns, though. I will always watch speedruns of like retro games.
How do you feel about the Kaizo community of Mario something or other?
I don't know anything about the Kaizo community.
Okay, neither do I. Somebody is going to teach me about it later this week, and I'm kind of excited. Apparently
I know
it's
the
really
Kaizo
good.
games, but I don't know the community itself.
Alright.
They look very difficult but satisfying once you learn the levels.
Mm-hmm. What are your speedruns of choice?
Mario Brothers, Mario 64, Mega Man, Halo, Trackmania, technically. Would count as a speedrun, I guess.
Sure. Yes, you are a speedrunner.
And just whatever. Oh, Crash Bandicoot. That's another one I like watching. Especially Crash 3.
Will you, like, run through the category on speedrun.com and look for new runs to see every time someone sets a new world record? Or do you have channels that you watch in particular?
I just watch specific channels, and then sometimes I get recommended people who also play those games, and then I watch them, and yeah. Need for Speed, actually, Need for Speed is what I like watching. Underground 1, Underground 2, and Most Wanted. But mainly Underground 1 and 2 because they're my childhood games.
Hmm. I used to play Project Gotham Racing. That was
Oh my god, right in the nostalgia, right?
Yeah.
I love Project Gotham.
The kudos system. I don't remember having anything like that in a racing game I'd played before, and it was really fun to have races where the goal wasn't to be as fast as possible. It was to, like, get the sweetest drift or whatever. I forget exactly all the things you could do.
Oh, avoiding the cones was so hard on those drift tracks. Yeah, I remember that very well. And then unlocking the cars, and they all had like, special skins that you can unlock. Like each one had a unique skin.
You
I
could
still can't remember how to do that. Yeah, I love that. You get the bronze, silver, and gold for the like for the special time trial on those cars. At least in the first game.
Did
I
you
love
speedrun it? Project Gotham? Someone in
No,
chat is
but
saying
now
you
I
did.
want to.
I'll watch. I'm down.
I just need an original Xbox, surely, and the way to capture it.
Is it not? Can you not play it on 360? I thought 360 was backwards compatible.
I don't have a 360. I used to, but you know what happens to those.
I bet someone can hook you up. I don't think I do either.
Alright. That would be cool.
Is it Game Pass on PC? Project Gotham Racing? There's no way. Is it?
Wait, really? I have Game Pass. That'd be sick.
Project Gotham Racing.
Although that's cloud gaming, so that's a big delay,
Yeah.
if that's true.
There are 4 of them. 2009? No way. No. Nope. No, that's like the
Nah,
last
the one I remember was like 2002.
Yeah.
I did play the third one, the second and third one, but I always liked the first one the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it got taken over by Forza. Forza is the, like, one that they switched to making, I guess.
Oh, okay.
You can play it on Windows. Can you? Amazon says
You can play it on Windows.
Well, Amazon claims you can, but I don't know if that's true. Doesn't seem true.
Actually, I just remembered. I actually want to go back to Underground 1 because now I have a steering wheel. There's actually a trick you can do if you have two
Ooh.
input devices.
Wheel
or
player?
two, like,
Wheel player?
Yeah, because if you steer 25% and then hold a digital input, so digital steering, you get a double steering. So you can, so sometimes you don't even have to brake. So you can carry it.
So the
on
wheel is
steering.
25% and you're holding the right button or whatever?
Yeah. I can like just put any one of these buttons as steering, left
Okay.
or right, because I have like 10 buttons on the wheel.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want to try it. I just remembered. Yeah.
You can start some drama about input devices in the underground community.
Well, actually, they've allowed it for a long time.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's wild that people play Trackmania professionally on 3 different types of input devices, and it's like relatively balanced. I always feel really bad for Grenady whenever he switches to keyboard for one ice turn and then goes back to wheel. I just like that poor man. That poor man.
We don't even need to for ice anymore. That was back in the old, like the first iteration of ice physics.
He has to for
very, very, very strong on keyboard, but
What are the
In the
slides
current
called?
iteration, it's well balanced.
What are the slides called that you have to switch to?
They're
Oh.
just ice slides.
I
Oh,
don't
the
know.
Neo slides.
Neo slides, yeah. Yes, to do
Yeah,
it for
Neo
that as
slides. You
well.
can do them on wheel, but it's you shake your entire desk and risk unplugging your monitors by accident. I've done them before. I did it on my very first try.
Huh.
I did Neo slide on my first try on
And
the wheel.
immediately broke your entire setup, so there never was a second try. Oh,
It was satisfying though.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the action keys for keyboard, that's wild to me. It's also wild. It's a fascinating game, Trackmania. I originally described Trackmania to people as it's a driving game and you only have steering, accelerating, and braking. Like it's very, very simple. There aren't a ton of controls. You can't do manual gear shifting. And I've stopped explaining it to people that way because it feels misleading as I've learned more about the game. There actually is, like, even though there aren't that many different buttons you're pressing, there are so many different things that you can do. And sometimes the control schema can actually get pretty confusing too. Like you have action keys and stuff like that.
You don't even need to worry about action keys until you already understand the game. So it's like 2 years after you start playing.
Yep.
It's just there for people who already know what they're doing.
I don't know.
'Cause,
I've
yeah,
been playing the
it's,
game for 2 years and I didn't know how to switch my camera until you told me.
Yep. See what I mean? Like, there's more important things to figure out first.
Mhm.
And even if you use the action keys as a beginner, like, they just feel weird.
When is the next campaign coming out?
2 weeks actually, 9th of January.
Put that on the calendar. 9th of January. I'm away that weekend, but then that's on like the Monday or Tuesday after.
Which
Sweet.
access do you have?
I don't know.
Was it standard or club?
I have paid for as little as possible. I think I bought the cheap one that let me play in the tournament we were in, so that's probably standard.
Yeah, that's standard. Okay. Yeah, so you'll be able to play all the maps in the campaign. That's cool.
What's fancy about club?
Well, it's not good. The standard access is not available anymore as of January 9th.
Oh, okay.
But the club will be $20 instead of $30.
Ah.
Yeah.
I don't
But
feel like I
it's- you
paid
get
that
so-
much. I feel like I paid $10.
Yeah. Standard was $10.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Oh, so they're charging me more. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I need to...
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Ubisoft decision.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have to take a break and stretch my legs and grab a bite to eat, and I have another guest coming on in 30 minutes, and if you would like to meet her, I don't mind, but I am just setting your expectations for time and schedule.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I'll let you recover a bit before your next guest.
All right, thank you. It's been really, really nice having you on. It is always great to chat with you. This is Modda_TM. You can find him at twitch.tv/Modda_TM and also in all sorts of Trackmania events. Although, like, I have fingers crossed for there to be lots of Trackmania events this coming year. It sounds like there might not be as many.
Well, there are, just no tier 1 events.
There will still be like the various community events and tournaments and... Okay, good. As long as there's stuff for me to watch, because I like that stuff.
Yeah, there's plenty to do, don't worry.
One day I'll use shout out. What is that? Oh, I can't.
You don't know about the shoutout command?
I don't. I use a third-party chat client.
It's just /shoutout, and then you type the
Mhm.
username. That's it.
I don't have moderator privileges in my own chat because I use a
What?
third-party client and it lost the connection, and I never bothered to fix it.
Okay, do you use Streamlabs?
I use a program called Chatty.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. That's actually quite funny.
It is. It is.
You
And
can chat, but you don't have mod privileges.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
funny.
If I need to time
All right,
somebody
anyway,
out, I
I'll
have
leave you
to
to it.
do a thing.
Go stretch your legs.
Thanks.
Save your energy for your next guest. And
Yeah,
thanks for
great to
having me.
chat. Of course.
Yeah, always nice to chat with you.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you, chat. Bye.
All right. I will be right back. Chat. That was Mudda. He is great. You can probably watch the recording of me and him playing Trackmania together still, I imagine. Did that go up on ManyJorbs? Should ask Hannah to make sure that's up on ManyJorbs. Man, I'm hungry. I haven't had like real food. So I'm gonna make myself a bowl of food and stretch my legs and use the bathroom. And then I will be back. And Mermaid Queen is here in 30 minutes to chat with us about her content creation year. It was fun. The defect run was, I guess I didn't talk that much about it toward the end because I was talking with Mudda, but yeah, you tried really hard to lose that run, but you failed. So thank you for that, Twitch chat. Should note in my spreadsheet that it was a chat run. All right. Because now if I successfully complete the 80 and 0, there will be an asterisk by it. But this run, you were helped by chat. Does it actually count? Oh. Twitch chat. How's it going? Chat picks the cards for one run for every $5,000 raised this week. I think we can get another one. I think we can get more than another one. If we get another 3, it will blow my mind. I just want to sit for a bit. I've been doing a lot. What's exciting to you all in terms of game releases coming up? Let me ask you that question. Do you have anything you're looking forward to with gaming this coming year? Hades 2. When's Hades 2? I never played Persona. What's Persona like? Prince of Persia. The game's already out. Haunted Chocolatier. Is Haunted Chocolatier coming out this year? That's a lot of games. Welcome to Nirvana Rogue Core. Rogue Core. Is that a roguelite? You're gonna become a Slay the Spire pro moda? Slay the Spire already doesn't have a tier 1 competitive scene. So you don't have to worry about losing it. You know I don't care about Final Fantasy games? I played Final Fantasy XIV for like quite a while. Like maybe like 10 hours or something? I know for a Final Fantasy player, 10 hours isn't long. But relative to how long I've played other games, 10 hours is quite a lot. Estrab, thanks for gifting a sub to Mudda. Appreciate it. Final Fantasy VII is an offline one. How is Non so good? It's just hard to believe that it's so good. Who Transform 2? My feeling on Transform 2 on Watcher is it makes the run a lot more difficult. But if I'm willing to think, I think it should be fine. I have a guest in 30 minutes. We'll give it a go. Oh. Okay, I just went. Okay. Yeah, I think if you get Wheel Kick and Mental Fortress, you're probably set. If Megacrit's next game is competitive multiplayer, that'll be cool. And I probably won't like it. So it takes 3. I would play it still. I would like give it a chance. But I would not expect to like it. Competitive multiplayer is not really my vibe. When I do like competitive multiplayer games, it's usually because they have something that feels like single player. Like Trackmania is kind of a competitive multiplayer game, but the way that I play it, it's just single player, pretty much. And with Moda is still here. when I play League. There have been times in my life where I've played League. It's generally indicative of me not being in a great mental state. Trying to work out if I want Meditate or Empty Fist. I think I take Meditate because of Wheel Kick. I just already have a pretty big attack. Uh-oh. I didn't draw it. Is chess competitive multiplayer? I don't know. I feel like if you go to a chess club it is. But if you're just like sitting at home on your phone, it doesn't really feel like it. Feels more like you're playing against yourself. This is too much math. Somebody else tell me how to play this turn, please. Oh, this one? Simply play everything left to right order. What if I just do that for the rest of the run? It's probably not very good with a Meditate in your deck, huh? I could have double Flurry if I had taken Empty Fist. I don't know if I can really justify double Flurry without Empty Fist. I might just take it anyway. We'll make it work. The easiest sequence you see is pressing end turn. That feels like a ChatGPT comment. ChatGPT would press end turn here. Oh, Mamori. I could see Ragnarok being right in a Hexaghost act. Low Ascension. Could also see it being wrong. I already have a Talk to the Hand, which makes Ragnarok a lot better. Ah, I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna upgrade for more damage, which is like... Meditate's actually an okay damage upgrade, so is Wheel Kick. How much do we have to give to charity to get me to let ChatGPT play? That could be a... I don't like ChatGPT is the problem. It feels like it would be a fun thing to do, except that I don't like ChatGPT like at all. It just makes my skin crawl. Why is the robot talking to me and pretending to be human? That's not what robots are for. Like an extra 1,000. One of the things you inevitably start wondering if you do charity work as a streamer is, given that I'm willing to give up my time to raise money for charity, shouldn't I also be willing to give up other things? Like my belief in what is right? Shouldn't I be willing to like take a sponsorship from Raytheon and then give the money from the sponsorship from Raytheon to war veterans or something? I don't know. I feel like it's a slippery slope. That's an easy one. You should not take a sponsorship from Raytheon. Ah, my bad. Well, that's going to be awkward later this week. Do I want to be associated with X company? I feel like my time is spent raising money for charity is about what I want. Like a little bit, but the main thing is I want to raise money for the cause that I'm raising money for. Wookie, thanks for the 2 years. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. This depends on whether or not the corporation is pro-cat girl. I guess I didn't consider that. I do love that I got to ask Casey why fights like this existed. Casey, who balanced this game? You're welcome, Wookie. Double talk's okay. I don't need this anymore. Ooh. I don't really have any block cards to take advantage of that. I'm actually gonna upgrade Mental Fortress. Is that just silly? Kind of. I'm just thinking about fights where Talk to the Hand doesn't work very well, which feel like they exist. I think we beat Hexaghost. I've never done a volume challenge like this before. It's really hard for me to gauge how well it's going. Like, am I tired? Kind of. Another establishment run? So I'm trying to just make it so establishment is good every time, and it feels doable. I guess with double flurry and kunai, I keep defense. Because I feel like as you move away from going infinite with Watcher every run, like the first thing that starts getting good as you care less about skipping cards is Meditate Establishment. It's like the closest thing to being infinite in terms of the Venn diagram of synergies or whatever. So seeing how it feels to try to make establishment good every run feels like a first exploration that makes sense. Do you ever not take Relic there in case it's dead branch? No. Especially here, like, I can just win if I get dead branch, that's fine. Would I say that I'm pro-establishment? Sounds like it. Retaining with meditate triggers establishment. Yeah, that is the point, as it were. I do have a toxic egg. I guess I'll take some fights. Judged. It's always interesting to me how rapidly cards change in value. Like, I feel like if I'm trying to make meditate establishment always good, protect becomes pretty decent pretty quickly. The Sea of Reality is the same sort of card as protect, so I think I take this here, especially with kunai. Or if I'm just trying to go infinite every run, protect does not feel like a very good card at all. Feels quite bad. Ow! A protect plus. Okay, I don't know. Let's try taking more of these retain block cards again. The fiddly thing that I'm trying to work out is how do you not take a bunch of damage on turn 1? Especially in a situation where I feel like I should be pretty safely winning the run already. Thanks, Dayflower. I think my eating has been okay today. I think I've been doing some okay eating. A Wallop. Wallop is probably the sort of card that helps us in turn 1 a decent amount. I'm a little bit concerned about my card draw, or lack thereof. Maybe I give up one lead fight down the right side to get this extra shop for another card remove. Alternately, I could take Singing Bowl and just have 100 max HP. How good's Toolbox? Probably okay. We won the chat run. Just barely. Kinda want Crescendo, but it feels expensive. It doesn't help with turn 1. Raven thanks for 49 months. Yes. Chat 1 despite Jorbs trying to grief. Is that what happened? Good to know, good to know. I did remove our claw several times, and then it kept on coming back. We even took Echo Form to play it twice. I don't know. This Jorbs fellow. Is he even trying to win? I'm an out-of-touch CEO who has no idea about how anything works, and chat is the workforce keeping the company afloat. I feel like... Now, I appreciate you all, but I feel like I'm the only one doing any work here. Sometimes the mods do some work. I feel like I'm working an awful lot for an out-of-touch CEO. Exactly what an out-of-touch CEO would say. That's fair. I think as a watcher, you can just rest here, probably. I can also choose not to rest here. Out of touch in a room by himself. Guilty. I get the pun now. I don't know if it was your best work. It does make me a little upset, so... I guess it is a good pawn. I thought CEOs are supposed to do most of the work, that's why they get paid 500,000 times more than a regular human. Yep, fair enough. I do have to earn my pay. Scrawl plus. Deal. What was number 2 there? We play flurries, corruption. I just realized this isn't enough block. That's kind of wild. I'll play an empty fist then. Happy holidays, Rado! So just in terms of like, what did Mutta call it? You have to be accountable or whatever. Self-accountability. In terms of self-accountability, I said I was going to take a break before my next guest arrived and go have some food and sit and eat. I am now almost at the end of Act 2 and I still have half of the food in the bowl. Thanks, me. I'm mermaid. I'm pretty much ready. Have a few more bites here. Buzzer, that's the hardest shit made me laugh in a while. Wait, you are a cat girl? Oh my god, people are gonna love you here. We have a nearly violent, I would say, cat girl faction in the channel. All right. Do you know where to go on Discord? I am ready to chat. So ready. Hello.
Hi.
If you want to be on camera, I can try to, I'll have to capture it from the window, but I'll work it out.
Okay. Let's see.
Can I, hold on, I think I can send you my camera directly with the Discord call, which might be better. Let's find out. Ah, there I am.
Perfect.
Do you prefer username or first name?
I'm fine with either.
Okay.
But just to like introduce myself, my name's Natalie. I also go by Mermaid. So either one is fine.
Perfect. And for those of you who don't know what's going on this week, we are raising money for Free2Luv, which is a charity which raises money to fund art programs for youth. Things like drama and visual art and music and other things. There's so much art. There's so many arts. Anyway, and teach kids to love and accept themselves and to love and accept others. So that is the message of the charity. I think it's an important charity in today's world where social media doesn't really teach us that, I wouldn't say, at least not all the time.
Agreed.
And especially this time of year.
Which I feel like is most important because not necessarily everybody has people that they regularly come together with this time of year. So it's nice to have something to look forward to while everyone else is with their families and friends and other loved ones that they might spend this time with.
Yes. Can you turn your microphone up a little bit on Discord? Do you have the ability?
Let me see. I think it might be all the way up.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's all the way up. I can up my gain on the mic itself.
I think 4 decibels mic gain would be good.
Okay, let's see.
You would like to apply to be a guest on my stream. If you pitch me something that you want to talk about, especially related to things you've really enjoyed in gaming or online communities this year, like I have someone who's a viewer of the channel coming on to talk about the Kaizo speedrunning community in Mario Maker. Mermaid is upping her game even further. not quite.
How's this?
Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
I definitely should up my game.
Uh-huh. So, tell me a bit about yourself and your 2023. What have been highs for you this year? What's life been like?
This year has probably been the craziest in my career. To preface, I used to be on the support team for Streamlabs. I worked with them for about a year and change. Logitech acquired Streamlabs, and Logitech had a mass layoff this year, and they laid off 300 people, myself included. So I felt in that moment like my dreams just were crushed. I had so many aspirations to connect with creators more while I was working there, and it was just all gone in an instant for me. Nobody was prepared for these layoffs. No one was told ahead of time. So it's not like we could, make plans for what we were doing next. But at the same time, looking back on it now, it was one of the best things that could have ever happened to me, because I found another job in tech, but it's not streaming related. So I'm now able to focus all of my creative energy into my streams and my Discord and just community building and all of these things that I've been doing over since the summertime until now. So this summer, on a whim, I just casually applied to a mentorship program with a nonprofit called Queer Women of Esports. And I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was just like, let me see how this goes. And I got accepted about 2 weeks later, and I was just like, oh, okay. And I swear everything changed for me since then. I went to PAX West for the first time. That was also my first time going to the West Coast in general, which was just crazy. So I was in Seattle for a couple of days for that. And then I presented my capstone project, which is how you and I met, because I used your book for it. And they initially had only 3 prizes for these projects, and they added a 4th one, which I ended up getting. So that was just really great to see, because I put a lot of heart into that video, and obviously
Yeah, it was really good.
I didn't go into it. Thank you. I didn't go into it with expectations of anything. I just wanted to share all of these things that I learned since my layoff, and what gave me this passion to give everything a shot in my own way. And now I'm also in the Twitch Women's Guild and Latin Guild, which I feel like was fueled from this mentorship program, because had I not joined it, I wouldn't have gone to PAX. And had I not gone to PAX, I wouldn't have met one of the Women's Guild leaders who gave me the interest form to apply to the guilds. And now I'm in that. And now I'm a mentor for the Women's Guild as well, which that just happened like a couple weeks ago. So everything just completely shifted in my life over the past, I'd say, 6 months. And
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what next year brings for me.
And you mentioned you got a new job in tech that isn't taking all of your creative energies. So are you still
Yeah.
doing that as well?
Yeah, I've been there for about 8-9 months now. I am a customer experience manager for an AI productive tool. I know AI is a little little finicky right now. It's a touchy subject, but I think it's really cool that we're able to use it to save people time, because it's supposed to be a meeting productivity tool. It records your meetings and transcribes them and gives you a summary and gives you action items, so things that are, I guess, next steps in the work that you discussed with everyone in the meeting, and it saves a lot of time. So I feel like while it might not be as efficient when it comes to the creative side of things, I feel like this is a very practical way to use AI. So I'm glad to be a part of that side, because I feel like everything that's happening now, like, for example, the trend with the Funko Pop AI art that people are releasing. You haven't heard about that?
No.
So there's Microsoft Edge released a feature called Copilot, which is basically like ChatGPT, and people are using it to create a prompt to make an AI image of them as a Funko Pop, which is like kind of ripping off their designs, and then also not giving the opportunity for actual artists to create these designs for them, because I'm sure that there are so many artists out there who do pop art and would do an incredible job. So that's one side of AI that I'm not for, but I can see how it can be useful for more practical things that people could do with technology now, but it's more of a time saver and an additional tool rather than completely replacing a career for somebody.
I have friends who have been working on AI writing, but not AI writing like we are going to write your essay for you using
Yeah.
plagiarized work. They're training AI off of works of literature that are now in the free domain. What's it called? Their copyright has expired. Like old stuff like Jane Eyre and and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Public domain, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And so you can
Everyone's saying it in chat now.
thank you, chat. They're always here for me.
Thanks, chat.
Slightly
also, thank you
after I
everyone
needed
for
you.
your sweet comments. I appreciate it. Thank you for being so nice. I appreciate you.
So they're making a tool where you can say, like, I want to see what it would be like to write this creative writing project if Edgar Allan Poe was suggesting ways to complete my sentences or something like that.
Huh.
Which is...
I mean, that's fun, but
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I feel like it's... That's so touchy. And it makes me think
It's all
of...
touchy.
Funny enough. It makes me think of when Kim Kardashian wore Marilyn Monroe's dress to that that show. I'm forgetting the name. It's not coming to me right now.
Yeah.
And everybody was getting really uptight about the fact that that dress is history.
Yeah.
And she was the only one that wore it. And it was in a museum and it was behind glass. It was protected and all of these things. And she tainted it because she put it on and it didn't fit quite right. So some of the seams broke a little bit. So it's not the same anymore. And it's like, I feel like that's a kind of metaphoric way to compare to what you're saying now. It's like this person has such incredible history and there's so much to admire. I loved Edgar Allan Poe's literature. I'm a huge bookworm. I loved reading his stories when I was in school. And when I was introduced to him, he was one of my favorites. And I just picked up more at the library after I learned about him. And just the thought of someone just taking his ideas and trying to make their own through a machine just doesn't sit right with me.
AI is touchy.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm glad that there are some things that just, it makes for something useful. I personally have used it as well, especially for my video essay. I used it for the interviews that I conducted. I uploaded them and I had the transcripts so I could review them more easily and I didn't have to watch an hour-long video. So it saved me time there and I was able to just copy paste quotes wherever I needed in my script. But it wasn't something where I was taking away someone else's creativity at all. So
Yep.
it was just me
I think
doing
it's a good
something
place to be aiming.
make it more efficient. Yeah.
What about your year of gaming? You are streaming now,
Yeah.
which I imagine
It's
means that
so
you're
funny.
gaming a lot more.
I don't know why your question brought this thought to my mind, but when I first started streaming, I had never played a Zelda game before.
Okay.
So everyone was saying, hey, you should try Breath of the Wild, and just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. So then that next year I was like, fine, I'll give it a shot. And I kept falling from the same building and just constantly falling from the same place. And it was so frustrating. I ended up rage quitting. And I was like, I'm never playing Zelda again. It was the worst experience. And then I was like, you know what? I'll give it another shot. And I bought Tears of the Kingdom, and I now have over 150 hours on it. So that changed my life completely. I ended up just finishing Link's Awakening today too. Like just before we got on this call, I was playing the finale, beating the final bosses, and I loved it too. So I don't know what it is about Breath of the Wild though. I tried it again after I finished Tears of the Kingdom, and I just couldn't do it. I don't know what it is.
Is Breath of the Wild the most recent one?
No, that's the one that came out when the Switch first came out.
Okay.
Tears of the Kingdom just came out this year.
Okay.
I don't remember when exactly Breath of the Wild came out. Probably like 20... 17, 18. But it is the prequel, so the story does continue. I'm traumatized. I definitely am traumatized. It was fun though. I was able to find the part that I kept falling at, and I was able to do it, but I couldn't play for probably more than an hour after that. But that was probably my most memorable moment this year. Second up, I would say, is playing Spire 2, which I haven't finished yet, but I've been really enjoying it so far. And it's been great to see how they've incorporated the haptic feedback on the PS5 controller a lot more with this game than the first one.
Okay.
So that was really nice.
Cool. As a gamer, I play strategy games. And strategy games, I think, they're less about the new big thing than other games, because so many of them are just like turn-based. Like,
Yeah.
the new graphics aren't going to be super cool. They're not going to make incredible use of new graphics cards or whatever. And so every now and then I will actually play a new game. Like, I guess for me this year it was Baldur's Gate 3 was the new big title, but that's not
Okay.
even really a AAA title. I played the latest Assassin's Creed game quite a bit last year,
Ooh.
and it just blows
How did you
my
like that one?
mind.
I haven't picked it up yet.
That was Odyssey, I think, and I am a classicist, so I loved it. It was
Yeah.
really fun to move around in that world, see how
Wait,
it was brought to
Odyssey is
life.
the Greek mythology one. That's my favorite Assassin's Creed. I bought all the DLC. I played the whole thing. I'm obsessed. I love Greek mythology.
Nice.
I'm a nerd about a whole bunch of like little random things. And obviously the mermaid thing.
Oh, sure.
Since the goddess or the god, depending on who you play in the game, their parent is, I'm pretty sure it's Neptune, who is the god of the sea. So it's like there was a lot of water aspects, and I love that the most.
I never told you that I played Odyssey. I played it on stream. Fake fan! I didn't play all of it. I played probably 10 to 20 hours. It's possible that I
That's
did
not
it as
much.
I might have done
Yeah,
it as a
that's not-
sponsored stream and then
Oh, okay. That's
played it
really
offline,
cool.
actually. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Yeah, it was fun. was
Someone
fun.
wasn't at that stream. I mean, if it was just one stream, you said 10 to 20 hours. That's probably like 1/16 of that entire game, because you can
Yeah.
just get sucked into all the side quests there. I don't know how long it took me to actually finish the main story, because I would just find some random person who wanted a random item, and I'd go all the way across the map and go get it and bring it back. And then I'm like, okay, now I'll do the main story. And then someone else wanted something else, and it was just, I loved it though. It was
There's-
very, very therapeutic for me. at that
There's no
time.
way
I
this was in
needed it.
2018. Apparently this was in 2018. Have you found that your understanding of the passage of time has been damaged by the pandemic? Because I certainly have.
Yes.
Yeah.
I only specifically know that it came out back then because I remember exactly where I was when I played Odyssey, and it was in 2019.
Mhm.
That's the only reason why. But don't ask me about any other games that I didn't specifically binge like that, because I couldn't tell you unless they came out this year.
Yeah.
Aside from that, my timeline is wonky. I feel like 2020 to 2022, like early 2022, is all a blur and just meshed together in my head.
Yeah, for sure. I can't believe that was 2018 though. That's a long
know,
time ago.
right?
I'm not sure I believe that. Maybe there
And
was
they've come
DLC
out
for
with-
it and that's when I played it. I don't
Maybe.
know.
They have come out with 2 other Assassin's Creeds since then. So,
I definitely played the Greek mythology one. I remember
Odyssey,
there was
yeah.
the big statue on the starting island and I got an achievement for climbing on it in an indescribable
yeah, that's
place.
Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh.
vividly remember that. That was a fun quest.
Stream was in October 2018. Oh my god.
That's
That's a
so
long
long
time
ago.
ago.
Oh my god.
I've been streaming for a long time. That's another thing that
How,
I am realizing.
yeah, actually, how long have you been streaming? Because I'm a pandemic streamer. I started in 2020, so I love to hear more about people who have been around for
Sure.
a minute.
I think I started in like, I think I went full time in 2017, and I started streaming quite a lot in the beginning of 2016. I think it took me like a year or so before I actually went full time. How it worked for me was I was working on a game, a mod for XCOM 2 called Long War 2, and so I kind of like disappeared from the internet for 6 months because the mod was secret. It was Long War 1 was a very popular mod for XCOM 1, and then the devs and publishers of XCOM 2 actually reached out to people who made Long War 1 and said, hey, will you like sign an NDA and we'll pay you to make a mod for XCOM 2 that's like that? And they did. And I was on that
That's
team.
awesome.
But I was NDA and it was all very hush-hush and everything, and so I kind of disappeared from the internet for 6 months. And then the mod released and I wanted to stream it. Not necessarily because I wanted to be a content creator, but just like I knew a lot about the game and how it all worked, and I wanted to make tutorials to help people play it and stuff. Like I wanted people to enjoy it. I had just worked really hard on it. I was a volunteer. I wasn't getting paid, so like it was my passion project. And my stream just really blew up, and I was not expecting it, and all of a sudden I was thinking, oh geez, I could do this for a living. I have 200
it's crazy
people
when
here
that
every
kind of
day.
dawns on you, right?
Yeah.
Like, wow, people actually appreciate me just sitting on camera and doing whatever it is. And they'll watch and support me and hang out with me and get to know me better. It's really cool. And I'm sure that you having volunteered and having such passion for it and sharing that helped a lot. Because like I said in my video, I feel like people just, they come into a stream and they know what energy you have and they want that if it's positive, and especially if it's like something to aspire to. If they really look up to you and it's something that they want to have in their own lives, whether it's being a content creator themselves or just having that drive to do whatever it is they want to do with their lives, they'll hang out with people who are in a common mindset, because it's like, oh, if I spend more time with this person, maybe it'll rub off on me a little, and then I can go and be a superstar and whatever I want to do with my future and my career.
Is that why you hang out with me, chat? You want to learn how to like... What am I even good at? I don't know. Sometimes I get that. One of my things that I've tried to do increasingly is... I started off streaming kind of like, this is how you play strategy games, and just kind of tutorializing games, showing how I won on the highest difficulty for something, or something like that. And people enjoy watching that because they want to win on the highest difficulty too, right? And then something that I've tried to do more, now that I've been a content creator for longer, is I've started trying to connect the things that I've learned in strategy games to the rest of the world. Because I've noticed I have a lot of people in my audience who are really good at strategy games, but who have questions about the rest of the world, and aren't necessarily making the connection that, like, I play games which teach me problem-solving skills and how to make complicated decisions, and are constantly testing me and asking me to be my best and stuff like that. And those are all skills that I can actually use in the rest of my life.
And patience.
And patience. Patience is a huge
I feel
one.
like not necessarily just strategy games teach patience, but it's something that is really useful, and hand-eye coordination, because it's a lot more useful than you'd think it is. I personally am a very clumsy person, so I feel like being a gamer and having those reflexes have helped me as I've gotten older, and I'm a lot less clumsy than I was when I was a kid.
I always enjoy reading the studies that are like doctors who play video games are less likely to have mishaps in surgery or whatever, and I always just find myself wondering who commissioned that study. Like, somebody really wanted to justify their video game habit, I feel like.
Yeah.
And good for them.
I mean,
Good for
I
them.
personally have a little bit of a tremor sometimes that I even struggle if I'm doing my own eyeliner. When I'm doing my makeup, sometimes it just doesn't come out right on some days. So I'm like, I don't think me playing video games would help me in a surgery room at all. But to each their own, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I could not be a doctor. That's a
Same.
type of knowledge that is beyond me.
And it's funny. I thought about that for a while when I was a kid. So I was like, oh, I just want to help people. And then I guess in my head, I was like, oh, if I want to help people, I'll just be a doctor. Which, sure. But there are so many other careers you can do where you help people, even if it's in smaller ways.
Doctor is a great way to help people while getting paid a lot of money, though, if that's also a thing that's important.
I'm probably not getting much sleep too, which
Oh gosh, yeah.
yeah, I need my sleep. I don't know if that's something that I would be able to manage.
And unreasonable hours. Actually has a lot in
Yeah.
common with streaming. How do you feel
That's
about
true.
setting hours as a streamer who also has a, like, do you have like a 9-to-5 job, or what's your...
I do, yeah. And that's something that I gave a lot of thought because I stopped streaming early November of last year, and I just came back in October because of all of these things that happened. I was like, I should probably get back into creating content so I can have something else to show for myself with my plans for next year. So I thought about it, and I was like, I don't think I can do more than 2 days a week. It's just not realistic for me, especially since having a full-time job. I have to think about everything that I need to do for my personal life, like running errands and taking care of the home. And then, like I said in chat, I'm a cat girl. I have 2 cats. So obviously, I have to take care of my pets and spend time with them. That's really important. Even if cats are a little more independent, they need attention too, especially my younger one, who's about 7-8 months now, so he's still a baby and he's very needy.
One of my
So
cats regularly requests attention on stream, and the other one just hides all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's a constant thing, and I have to think about that. So I decided to stick to 2 days a week. So one of them is Wednesdays, the other one is Sundays. So I have one during the week, like right in the middle when I've kind of gotten my bearings from work.
Sure.
Monday and Tuesday. And then Sundays, it's the weekend, but I still have Saturdays if I need to get things done during the day that I can't get done during the week because of work. But also, I'm one of those people that has unlimited PTO. So I do use it sparingly, but it's something that I keep in mind. So I'm like, I can still balance my creative work and take those days off if I have to. So that's really nice. But just a personal advice for anyone who's a full-time employee somewhere and would like to start creating content. If you're new to the space, I would say start with 1 day a week so you can kind of see how you feel about it before you jump into it fully. And then try 2 days and go up from there, and I feel like it helps.
As somebody who streams full-time, one of my goals recently in life has been to have weekends. A long time ago, I worked out how I wanted my streaming schedule to look. Like, what was the perfect day of streaming for me? I wake up at this time, I do this and this and this for breakfast, I get a walk-in after stream and everything. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I didn't ever ask myself what I wanted my perfect weekend to look like. Like, and what does it look like when I take time off? And so I just didn't take time off for
I've been there.
a very long time. And as someone trying to balance time off with time on in streaming. Like, even just streaming 2 days a week is actually a lot. It's incredible how much this job can consume of your life. Like, you just said you stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. It is a Tuesday right now. It's a Tuesday evening, and here you are doing
I'll
extra
be back
things.
on tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
But I had today off, so I was thinking about that, especially when I reached out to you and you mentioned the dates that you would be streaming and when you would be doing this. It's like, okay, I think if I do Tuesday the 26th, since I already have the day off, I'll still have plenty of time to rest, and then I can work tomorrow and still have the energy to stream. Because I'll be honest, sometimes I just don't feel like getting on camera. It's just not something that I feel excited about doing after a long day of work sometimes. So either I'll just cancel all the way through on Wednesdays and be like, I'll see you Sunday, or I'll stream in my Discord instead, and I'll just do whatever I was originally gonna do. I've been trying to get a lot more consistent with my weekday streams, but I've learned to teach myself that it's okay if I'm not feeling up to it, and I just take a day off and maybe work it out in a way that I can still do something with the community and I don't have to throw a camera on. Because I just don't feel right getting on stream without my camera turned on. It's just not me.
Yep, that's all hard. Streaming's tough because the work in front of a camera that you do is so different from the work that you do off camera, and sometimes it can be hard to give yourself credit for all of the things that you're doing off camera, which can be a tremendous amount of stuff. But if you're not appreciating that you're doing all of that work, it just kind of flies under the radar, and then you're thinking, gosh, I barely even streamed this week or whatever, when in reality you just put in like an extra 20 hours on top of your 40-hour-a-week regular job in order to, I don't know, set up some sort of Discord event or something like that you're just not even thinking about. Or maybe you just spent an hour like trying to get ready to do a show and ended up deciding, no, I'm not feeling it today, actually. That hour was work, even if it didn't ever turn into anything.
Exactly. And I think it's okay to give yourself credit for that. And I'm getting myself out of the habit of not acknowledging the little things that I do behind the scenes, especially as a variety creator, because I do variety.
Oh yeah, there's
so
like trying to work out
whatever.
what game you're gonna play as well is a huge part of variety.
Exactly. Like, I'm just gonna do what makes me happy, and if everyone wants to see it, that's great. We can talk about what I'm doing. If not, that's fine too. I'll see you next time. And that's just how I've been. I've been very casual about it because it's not something that I'm doing full time. And I have other ways that I'm being creative that I'm even more passionate about than the actual streams. So I'm just doing what I think might start some conversation and sparks joy, like I always say, and that's how I go about it. And sometimes that takes me going down lists of new games that are coming out in the upcoming future and watching YouTube video reviews on things just to see if it might interest me. And it's a lot of research. And that takes the most time for me, I would say.
I have an extremely turbulent relationship with emails that reach out asking me if I want to do something. Because on the one hand, I have had some of the best times of my life after responding to emails like that. Sometimes the thing you're being invited to do is a really cool thing, and you might not have even considered that you could do that until you got an email asking you to. And other times, I've come to the end of a month and just thought I haven't had a single day off, and I did like 6 extra things and they were fine, but I am so tired.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes on off camera. I pay 3 people to do work for me, and they do work for me like most days of the week. And most streamers don't have 3 people helping them out with like YouTube content and talking with sponsors and stuff like that. Like, yeah, It's a lot.
Yeah, you're constantly selling yourself, whether it's the streams themselves or a product you're sharing in the stream or on social media, or if you create something on a different platform like YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. It's like, oh, it's constantly look at me and this cool thing that I did and give feedback on it. And it's just a constant cycle of doing that. And even if you get to a point where you've made it really big and you're like, oh, I've peaked, it doesn't stop, because you just have to keep doing it so that you can sustain yourself within the career. And that's where it gets it can get tiresome, and you can get that burnout really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to ask you, what has been your favorite collaboration that you've received an email about that you're like, oh, this is really cool? Because like you said, there have been some that you didn't think you could do, but someone reached out to you and you were open to the opportunity.
Yeah. This is maybe not the angle you're expecting the answer to come from, but I had some researchers from the University of Washington reach out at the start of the pandemic to say we're working on, they were working on creating, I don't know all the medical terminology, but they had worked out what the shape of the coronavirus spike was, and they were working on a game where people would make a medicine that matched to the binders of that spike to stop it from binding with the human body. So the idea was you could have something in a fluid that would be in patients in a hospital, and it would go through your body and find the coronavirus and bind to it so the coronavirus couldn't bind to you anymore. Folding at home style, kinda, yeah. If you're familiar with folding at home, which does the same thing for protein
Not quite.
folding in other places. What's ligama? Chat trying to embarrass me too much. And so yeah, I had them on and they showed me the game, and that was really, really cool. That sprung to mind immediately. It's often most interesting to me when I get to connect with someone who is in some way near the gaming space, but not in a way that I'm used to. So those were researchers using a game to do medicine, basically. And that's really cool, but not something I'd ever really thought about before. And then all of a sudden I got to be a part of it.
Yeah, I feel the same way about getting more involved in the mental health space in gaming, because it's something that's super important, but it's not necessarily that it's not talked about, but it's not the first thing. Like, it's not on the forefront of people's minds when it comes to live streaming or being a competitive gamer. And it's something that you need to take care of so that you're able to do this kind of work, because it's so tiring. And the parasociality of it all, and all of these other concepts that come to mind when it comes to actually connecting with an audience. And now that I'm such a part of it, thanks to everything that I've been researching this year, it made me wish that I could have been a part of it sooner, but I wouldn't have thought about it if it hadn't been for the mentorship program. So
Sure.
I feel like we just find our place within this space, and once we're in it, we're just like, okay, I feel set here. And I'm sure that's probably what contributed to you releasing your book. Like, having that experience with those researchers, it probably sparked a little thing in your brain that was like, okay, I think I can write this book about my experiences that I've had over the past 6-7 years. And
I think it was the combination of me losing interest in charity work, ironically, as I'm doing charity work, and me not being on the team I had been on anymore, which I've always had some amount of beyond camera energy, which is necessary as a streamer. If I do this, if I'm on camera 30 hours a week or whatever, like, I need to have enough energy to do that. But then I also have analyzed something really deeply, energy, and that is often convenient as a strategy gaming streamer. Often it's just like, well, I'll analyze the game I'm playing really deeply. Cool, content, whatever. But I don't always want to do that that energy tends to stray away from streaming a bit. And so, like, there was a year where I focused on charity work really hard and used the energy for that. And I joined a team and I focused the energy on like understanding how the team worked and things like that. And coronavirus kind of killed my charity year.
Yeah.
And also some other stuff that was going on. And then the team died shortly after. And so I had all that energy spare and started writing a book. And I don't really know. I didn't give it that much thought, I guess. I just started writing, and then I had written a book eventually.
Yeah, it kind of felt in some instances like we were reading a journal of your story.
Yeah.
The way that it was written, and that's what I love the most about it, because in my head I'm like, I don't know who this person is, and I hadn't watched a single stream of yours, so I was like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into reading this, but just seeing the summary of it, I was like, I think it'll be really helpful for my research. And of course it was, but I also was like, wow, I feel like I know this person now, and like I've been a part of their community forever. And that's the kind of literature that I enjoy when it comes to nonfiction specifically. So I definitely appreciated that, because if some people come across it like I did, not knowing who you are, it's a great way to actually meet you without meeting you, in a sense. So it definitely feels weird being here now, because this is not something that I expected when I first picked it up.
Sure. I'm glad to
But-
have you.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. It's nice to actually get to know you a little bit more beyond just words on a page.
Yeah. I'm always humbled that people are willing to take a chance on me. Like, read an entire book without knowing me to begin with. And
Yeah, I feel like my Twitter algorithm just did a really good job at throwing it on my feed, because that's how I found it. I don't remember exactly who, I wish I did, who retweeted it or whatever they did, that it came up on my For You feed. And I was like, huh, this might work for my video. So I'm gonna take a look. And I looked at the synopsis on Amazon and I was like, oh, this is it. And then I just couldn't put it down. I think I still have, I do. Pretty sure I still have the annotations on.
hear this, chat? You
Other
should read
books
my
that-
book, apparently.
You can
Yeah?
see all the little stickies.
Yeah.
Great book.
It's very cool to write a book. I don't know if I'll do it twice, but I would recommend that anyone try to do it once. It's very different from anything else I've ever done as a content creator. Challenging in very different ways, but also rewarding in ways
Yeah.
that so much content that we make online feels very temporary. It's there until the game stops being important to people, or you make a review of a movie and then the movie stops mattering, or but
Yeah.
with a book
And then
like that,
obviously trends resurface. So like if, for example, if you post a video on YouTube, it'll do great for maybe a couple weeks while whatever the topic is trending, but maybe 3-4 years will go by, and then for some reason that topic has resurfaced.
Yep.
So then people will start searching again. So it's not as good of a comparison. It's just, this is gonna be on my bookshelf forever. And then if people talk about streaming, I'll be like, oh hey, I read this book by this person and it was great. And it'll just keep having that life to it.
Yep.
And I just feel like you can take your time with it compared to other content, because you can rewrite things as much as you want before you publish it. But
that was really nice, and that lets you be a lot more personable than most content would.
and then you can go back to, like, let's say you write a second chapter and then you're on chapter 5 and you're thinking about the things you wrote in chapter 2. Oh, I forgot about this thing that I didn't mention. You can go back and add it, because as you're writing, you'll remember other things that might have come up or you might have experienced that you think might be good to share too. So it's a great way to make sure that you're sharing everything you want to and condensing it as much as you'd like, or extending it as much as you'd like. And you don't have to psych yourself out about it like editing a video, because I feel like I do that a lot.
Yeah. I think I finished my first manuscript in 2 months, and from there it took about 16 months to publish. And those 16 months were editing myself and also having 3 editors, 2 of whom I hired and 1 of whom was provided by my publisher, go through it and talk through everything with me as well. So I have never refined content as much as I did what I wrote in that book. Not even close. Most of the videos I make, I start and finish within, honestly, a day. But like a week even for one that I'm working on for quite a while. And spending 16 months trying to say something in the way that you feel you want to say it turns out to help you do a good job.
You give yourself time to read it over and say, actually, I don't like how I worded that. Let me go back. And especially if you have a team like you did that read it over with you, you can ask them, okay, objectively, what do you think about what I wrote in this chapter?
Yep.
Or how do you think I could rewrite it, because I just don't feel right about it? And someone who's completely not in the space that you're in at all, because they're not streamers, can just see it so differently. And that's something that I feel like is really helpful with us in general. Just having someone who's not a creative look at your content and give you honest feedback about it. Because they're a viewer. So they can give you that real opinion of someone as a viewer, and if they would keep watching or not because of whatever reasons they want to share with you.
Yep. The only thing I would say about that is taking advice from someone. Don't take advice from someone you wouldn't take criticism from. Because I think a lot of creators get criticized constantly. Like, there are all sorts of negative parts of interacting with a large group of semi-anonymous people every day for your job, and people will show up in your channel and not like what you're doing, and they'll say something mean and leave. And creators learn to ignore those people or stop creating. That's basically your 2 options.
I feel like there's no in between.
But you know that that person, like, well, your channel wasn't for them. The thing they said wasn't very well thought through. They were just being mean, etc., etc. You know that what they said isn't useful to you. And we don't necessarily build the same boundary for advice, where people will give you polite, well-meaning, constructive advice instead of being critical. But sometimes those people still, your content still isn't for them. They still haven't thought through what they're saying. They still don't actually understand your situation. And the point where you run into a problem with criticism is a lot sooner than the point where you run into problems with advice. But you do actually reach a point where the advice that you're getting from people who don't quite understand everything that's going on becomes overwhelming in a different way from how the criticism becomes overwhelming, but it's still overwhelming. And you feel kind of bad about it, because like people are trying to be nice. They're well-meaning. They're giving you ideas that they think are good, but they're not working for you. And you don't know what to say to this person who's just trying to help you.
I feel like that's often a thing, and I feel like sometimes I take the mentality of, okay, I'm gonna ask you for your opinion, but I'm still gonna do what I want anyway. I just want your perspective.
Yep, for sure. Which is a good way to do.
9 times out of 10, we just want the validation of what we were thinking of doing anyway. So when the person's like, yeah, I agree with that, it's like, okay, great. I feel good now. Yeah. That's serotonin that I needed. Thank you for giving that to me. So then if they go against that, it's like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna do what I want anyway, because I feel like that's what I need to do, and it's totally okay to do.
Yeah. I think I have successfully found like 5 people who I consider really good friends, who really understand me, who know what my experience of the world is like, who I feel like I can ask for advice on anything, and they'll think hard about what that would be like for me and give me good advice for me. And then I also think that I have probably hundreds of people at this point where they just understand something else better than I do that isn't something that I usually interact with. So if I need advice on like, how do I interview someone for this book I'm writing, for example, I know a couple of people who I could reach out to where they know what to do. Or with mental health. In order for me to work out how I wanted to talk about mental health on my channel, I had 2 people who are trained therapists like volunteer their time to spend half an hour each chatting with me about it.
That's great.
Here are things you could do. Here's how to direct someone to a hotline. Here are things to avoid. Here's how to set a boundary, etc. So, yes. Asking for help was my resolution in 2022, I think, or maybe 2021. I try to have a general direction I'm facing in terms of my year's resolutions. This year it was to try playing lots of games that weren't Spire and just chill out. At least that was
Did
my
you do
work
it?
resolution. Yeah, I did. I got my weekends back eventually. It's been a good year. Oh.
And what do you think is your resolution for next year? Have you thought about that yet, or
Next
do you prefer
year,
to think about it like the
Well,
day
this-
before?
I don't know. This will be an announcement of sorts, I guess. But next year I want to try playing Spire a lot more.
So we're switching it over now.
Yeah, well, as a strategy gamer, one thing that I like to do is try focusing on one thing and seeing like what's it like if you try to do your best at that one thing. And you'll learn all of these different techniques, and you'll learn exactly where your boundaries are and where your energy levels are and things like that. And then once you've worked it out, you can move on to working on something else. So I went from 70% of my time on Spire on stream in 2021, 70% of my stream hours were Spire, to only 30% this year.
Wow.
And next year I want to go back to like 70% again, but with a fresh perspective on how I'm interacting with the game and what I like about it and what about playing Spire makes me happy, stuff like that. And I'm pretty excited. I think it's going to be good. So
I think so too, especially since you decreased that percentage by so much. I
Mhm.
feel like now you're gonna start seeing yourself saying, "Oh, I really missed streaming
Yes.
this, and I'm glad I'm getting back into it the way I used to, and I'm not feeling exhausted about it." Especially if you're having new strategies come up that you want to try and taking a different approach, it's gonna feel like a new game entirely.
100%. Oh, I am not sure if I want to do another run. I've been going for almost 8 hours.
Oh, it's a whole shift.
It is a whole shift. I said I was going to do 10 hours a day this week. But another thing about my goals is I like to say that I'm aiming toward them, but I don't mind if I fail at them.
It's okay to do that. It's okay to say I would like to do this, but if I don't, it's okay.
Mhm.
I've taken that mentality this year, and I'm gonna continue to take it with me because it's so important.
Yeah.
Especially at 8 to 10 hours. Just I feel like 6 hours or more is just too much.
I
for
feel
me
like
personally.
6 to 7 hours was the common guideline I was told for like that's what your full workday should be if you're a full-time streamer. People trying to do more than that were just burning themselves out and not getting much benefit from extra.
Mhm.
But I was told that if you're trying to be a full-time streamer and doing less than that, it can be hard to I was told that you have to make a lot of content basically in order to grow as a streamer, and so you needed to be doing those sorts of hours. And I'm not sure if that advice is true. Now that I'm sitting here having done it all, I feel like the more important thing is to make content that is high impact. And
Yeah.
you can have high impact content because you're always live while someone's at work. That can be a way to be high impact because people will be like, I'm at work. I'm gonna watch Jorbs. I
Yeah.
trust him. He's going to be there, etc. That's a way to have a high impact in someone's life, I
Exactly.
guess. But you can also make high impact content by like making a really high quality podcast once a week. And
it's
yeah.
also a matter of the different audiences you're able to reach. So I feel like that's the one reason why maybe streaming longer hours can be more effective because of time zones.
Yeah.
There are people that live massively in the future, so daytime streams in US time work better for them. But then there are the people that live more in our time zone, so then they would prefer nighttime stream because they don't want to watch while they're at work, so they'd rather watch after work. So if you're able to pick up on a couple different time zones, you'll be able to reach all kinds of people. But then the problem with that is if you decide to stick to specific hours, you might lose some people that were initially watching you when you did 10-hour streams because they're sleeping or doing whatever and they're not available anymore, and you're not streaming at the time they were used to. So.
YouTube has been key for me for that. I think a lot of my success as a streamer is because I haven't had a schedule. Actually, I have just kind of streamed whenever I wanted, which means that I can be live for lots of people at lots of different times, and they'll see my stream and they'll think, well, that was a good time. I'm going to check out his YouTube. And my YouTube publishes a video at the same time every day. That's reliable content that they can build into their routine. While
I feel like there's no specific formula that works for everybody.
Yeah.
You just gotta kind of figure out what your audience prefers and work with them rather
trial
than
and error
work
and
with...
some luck. Yeah.
Exactly.
I am going to go have dinner, I think. You have
Please
any
eat. You've
closing
been live for so long.
Do you have any closing thoughts? Or do you want to plug your stuff or anything that you're excited about coming up this year or anything like that?
Sure. Actually, I should probably put my video.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a good video. And my book is cited in it, so...
I don't know if links are allowed.
They should be. It should be good.
So that YouTube link in chat is the video where Jorbs' book is. So if you want to hear more about the book, there's a segment about that. But it's called Sustainability and Resilience in Streamers. And I go into 5 different concepts that I feel like are really important to focus on when it comes to finding that success within yourself, not necessarily within the numbers. You'll see that you might learn to love streaming a lot more and see yourself thrive if you focus on these things. That's just my opinion. I feel like a lot of people agreed with me, and that's why I was able to get the interviews that I got and the content that I got out of those interviews. And I shared some personal tidbits as well with my journey, especially because I took a year off. So I learned a lot during that time, and I hope that you all are able to learn something too, even if you're not a content creator and you just want to care about your mental health a little bit more.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. I will
enjoy your dinner and
thank you.
Hydrate and take care of yourself.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Chat. Thanks for hanging out.